Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. We are resuming this afternoon with public hearing item number 5. We're a little over an hour behind. So we'll start with public hearing number 5 and then continue on with the the originally scheduled afternoon items. And I'll turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala, to take us through the agenda this afternoon.
Right, thank you. Starting with public hearing at item number 5, that's LPC 24-09280. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 488, lot 21, 402 West Broadway, Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. This is a neo-Greek style store and loft building designed by John B. Snook and built in 1880. And the application is to paint the base of the building and install signage.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom Hutt, with the owner of HS2 Architecture. Today, we're going to present images in support of our application to paint the base of this building a off-white color and to add raised letters to several of the windows. On the screen now, you see the application. Essentially, the rendering is to the far right of the 3 images above. And then to the far left is a image of the building approximately at the time of designation. And the middle image is the way the building looks today. I can just point out that the time of designation, what we're going to point out is that the window heads were a different color, a lighter red, as was the base of the building. I have the tax photo here. The reason we are also showing this too is to indicate the color of the window heads and lintels that are also a lighter color than we have currently today. The top image is the building as it is now. The bottom image is the full rendering of the full scope. In that scope, there are many items that will be reviewed and approved at staff level. That will include the awnings, the blade sign, some of the infill along West Broadway. We are going to replace an existing door with windows to match the existing, and a new entry with a more traditional style door and transom. So these 2 images show you somewhat of our stripped down application above with the painting of the base. We do still show the new door, which will be reviewed at staff level. And then below the full image of the full scope. What it represents to us and our client is an important aesthetic consideration that is in keeping with their brand and the image of their brand. These are a few images from the district that show some of the context of other light colored bases with either masonry above, if darker or lighter masonry. These are literally within blocks of our application site. You can see that many of the buildings sport lighter colored bases with either red or brown masonry. Some elevations, these are elevations just showing the scope. They do include some of the scope that staff will review, but we show that for showing the windows with the raised lettering that we are asking for your approval for. This is the Spring Street sign. The raised letters are very simple. They're 2 types. Their brass letters are, I believe, 3 millimeters thick that will be self-adhered to the windows, and then a set of black letters that'll be over the entrance on the transom glass. They're all pretty much the same size, about 1/8 of an inch thick. And that's my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioners, do we have any questions? And just to be clear on the scope of work, while the bottom rendering shows the awnings and signage and new doors, the scope before us that doesn't meet the rules for staff level approval is the painting of the base and the dimensional letters in the transom above the door and the display windows. Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Couple of questions for you. You said that the photos support your proposal to paint the building a lighter color. Is that right? You're saying that the historic photo?
Context.
Well, you're saying the historic photo shows that the building was painted lighter?
Well, actually, the historic photo, the tax photo
Yeah.
shows that the lintels are not the same color they are today. They're not the black color that on the building today.
And so you're proposing to change that?
No, we're just simply giving context to our application for a lighter color for the base. It's not to the building. No, we're not touching the.
Okay. And do you know if there was any historic, did you ever like study what the paint was underneath the current paint? See if
We
there were any
haven't.
lighter colors?
We have not, no.
And is your client married to white?
No, they're
specifically?
definitely off-white.
Or,
In fact, I have a sample of this.
all right, so, but is that like a brand color or is this just like they like it lighter and brighter?
The brand, they do have a brand color they've been using around the world. It's a Faribault color. But so yes, so that is the color.
So
that
this
they-
off-white is their brand color.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
On your examples, you show that the circulation space below, are they all gray or are they white? The examples you show,
Yes,
for that, those are all. The circulation space is not painted white, but they're painted gray or black.
I'm not sure I understand it.
Well, the examples you show in your project, you're
My
painting
project.
the circulation where you walk white, right? Am I correct?
I think
So
what
I
the
g-
commissioner,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what the Commissioner Jefferson is referring to is that in the other example, the base, the diamond plates are still painted black. The example that you
But-
shown.
The loading dock and diamond
correct.
uh,
That's correct.
platforms and
And
steps.
this, his is painted white. right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're proposing to
it's
paint it
different.
white.
We're proposing to paint it white.
It's just a paint of
That's
existing, existing diamond.
is the existing diamond plate is painted black.
Black.
It's not natural.
All right, it's currently black, so the proposal is to paint the base of the building and the platform and steps.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to note that there's no one in the hearing room to testify in this item, so I'm turning it over to Gregory Kala to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a couple of remote participants with their hands raised. The first we'll be hearing from is Christina Conroy. Christina Conroy, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society. Now, we do not believe a white storefront is appropriate on a building of this style and material. Now, the Commission once maintained a chart of historically appropriate colors for Soho buildings based on its own research. Color does make a difference, and the starkness of the white storefront proposed does not work with the rest of the building. I mean, it also seems impractical to paint stairs and platform white. The proposed signs individually are modest and well scaled, but there's so many of them. We think a reduction by about half the number would result in an appropriate design. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC feels this signage is appropriate in detail, but could be reduced in quantity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any additional hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the white painted ground floor facade and steps, provided that the paint is a soft off-white without reflectivity. approval of the window lettering and logos, provided that the commission staff affirms that they conform to applicable regulations. Approval of the two-blade signs, provided that the commission staff affirms that they conform to applicable regulations. And denial of any flag in that the two-blade signs at the entryway, together with the white facade and window lettering, are sufficient to identify the location of the establishment. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. So would you like to respond to the comments we've heard?
I have nothing to add, except I think it's very important to know that this is not a stark white. This is quite an off-white color. I have a sample of that. And it's even a little darker than the walls here today. So it's, I think, very keeping with much of West Broadway, that kind of addition to the context. In terms of the letter, as I mentioned, the blade signs, awnings will be reviewed to staff level. And the signs, which I think they're referring to, which might be the lettering on the windows, it's only done on 3 out of the 6 windows on West Broadway and only 1 of the windows on Spring Street. So it's half the amount of windows that we're dealing with.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any final questions? All right, then let's move to close our hearing. Commissioner Jeff, oh yes, Commissioner Chapin, you have a question? Yeah, just unmute yourself, Diana. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. There was a reference in the testimony to blade signs. Are there any blade signs? I see the banner, but
There are 2 blade signs that are eligible for a staff level approval.
okay, and they'll be at the corners, I take it. I mean, the ends, so to speak. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they are shown on the rendering on drawing A201, which is the rendering we're looking at right now. And you'll see that there are awnings as well that are not before us either. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed the awnings. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. All right, so I think we can then move to close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we're going to be reviewing the paint at the cast iron base of the building and at the diamond plate steps and platform at the building, as well as the 1-inch thick dimensional letters on the transom above the door and some of the display windows. And with respect to the paint, the commission did years ago do a survey, and we've talked about colors in Soho a lot over the years. We know that historically the cast iron fronted buildings were often painted a limestone color or a marble color, something that would evoke stone, as the cast iron was intended to imitate stone. And then we also know that on the brick buildings that had cast iron bases, those tended to be darker than the cast iron fronted buildings. Probably for functional reasons, as this was really a working industrial district. And we also know that the base of these brick buildings were also, the colors evolved over time. And so we know through that survey that they have been a combination of dark, light, and medium tones historically throughout the period of during which these buildings were used, and since designation as well. And so the applicant has shown a couple of examples of other buildings with white painted trim. So we'll have a discussion about the color on the cast iron, the diamond plate stairs and platform, and the dimensional letters. Commissioner Master, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Yeah, I think that painting it an off-white is fine. I think that the applicant has shown that there are other very similar type colorings in the district. I think that the metal lettering is fine. I think it's small enough and it's reversible. And I think the overall signage is actually not overwhelming here. The only question I have is in terms of the stairs and, kind of the landings, I'm wondering if that should also be white or, maybe for practical purposes, because it'll get dirty very easily, if it should be a black or a gray finish. And I'm wondering if the applicant would consider that.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
When I look at, excuse me, when I look at this image, the black and the white, I love the white. I think it's really great and festive. And then I read somewhere where someone said that they wanted the base to be dark, and then I got confused. And I think I can approve this.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum?
I'm okay with it as is, but I think the idea of making the base gray is a good idea. I don't think it's necessarily a historic preservation matter. But I think it would be better. I would support that.
Okay, Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I tend to agree that this is, like Commissioner Jefferson says, more festive. But in light of the past examples, and I think it can be appropriate, but in Chinese, as Stephen would tell me, black and white is not a good, only if you use it for funeral. So I tend to like the scheme the way it is.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi?
So, whatever, but whatever everyone thinks, but I actually do feel that traditionally we recommend either a gray or black, for the stairs or the diamond plates or any kind of platform. And I think that would make sense here as well. It's not even going to look good in white after like the first day. And gray may actually be the perfect color, but that would be, up to the applicant working with staff. I think there is a little bit too much signage. I don't feel like it has to be on every single awning. Plus they have a blade side, plus they have a sign at the entryway over the door. I think, they could take off, a few of the signs on the awning and it would be a little nicer, more understated.
Okay, so, and the awnings technically meet the rules for a staff level approval, but I think maybe in the cumulative, in the context of cumulative effect, there could be some consideration of where that removal is. All right, Commissioner Chu?
Maybe you should use someone else. Yeah.
How's that one? Okay. In terms of the color, I'm okay with this sort of off-white cream color. It's a precedent we see a lot in New York City and Soho. Yeah, the base is a maintenance question. If it's not this matching color, the applicant, I would suggest work with the staff because you can't just throw a black there. It needs to work with the tone. There's a warm tone above and around the window lintels. It needs to work with that tone. But I can't accept this as it is. It'll be more maintenance for the client though. In terms of the signage, the one piece that I think is excessive is the one that's on the transom, which is dimensional. I think it's the least visible if there's a blade sign and there's windows on every awning. But I think we've got enough approval to accept this package. So that's my comment.
Okay. All right, we have two more commissioners to hear from. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I think the signage is acceptable. It's a little excessive, but the signs are not very large for the most part, so I can go along with that. I personally think that the color is a problem. I think that the examples the applicant showed actually show that the lintels in virtually all of those examples, the lintels are lighter, and then the bottom is lighter, and it kind of goes with the lintels. So I don't think it should be black particularly. I think it could, but even in the example, they actually showed the one that they showed from the 40s or something, it appeared that it was probably something closer to the brick color or to the lintel color. And I think that in this case, in fact, you can see it running around. You can see the above the cornice. A color more sort of like putty or gray or something would be more appropriate. And then I would keep the awnings white. And I think they would stand out nicely and demonstrate, you know, call attention to their brand and their coloring. So with the white awnings and even white flower boxes or something, I don't think they would need, could just be an accent. So I'm kind of the mode that they, I don't, and I'm obviously in the great minority. And as far as the diamond plate and the other stuff, yeah, it doesn't make sense for that to be light regardless. So thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Bland?
I'm okay with the signage. I think it's relatively small. The white, you know, I don't think it's appropriate historically, but I don't think that makes it inappropriate now. As you pointed out, Sarah, I think these buildings were often in industrial and dirty parts of the city. So they really functionally had to sort of be dark, but they're not now. And, you know, I think lightening it up like this is appropriate. A white would be wrong, but I think it's been explained that it's an off-white. There'll be a lot of upkeep and maintenance to keep it that way, of course, and way too much of that for the ground plane, the steps and the diamond plate. So that should be probably a putty or a gray or something like that, not a black, I think.
Okay. All right, so I think we have enough to support the painting of the base in off-white color, but I think we'll do it conditional upon final review and approval of the sample in the field. And with the condition that the diamond plate, steel base and steps be a darker color, also in consultation, working in consultation with the staff. I think we do have enough to vote for the signage as is. So I think certainly one could explore reducing it slightly, but I think we do have the 6 votes for it as is. So Commissioner Master, are you comfortable with that motion?
Mhm.
Okay, great.
In the matter of LPC 24 09280 402 West Broadway in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension, a neo-Gothic style store and loft building designed by John B. Snook and built in 1880, the application is to paint the base of the building and install signage. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work is consistent with the types of changes that occurred periodically over time at storefronts and entrances found throughout this historic district. That the proposed off-white finish at the storefront base and infill will be harmonious with the historic color palette of the building, which featured light-colored stone lintels and banding, and neutral finishes at the cast iron base and storefront infill, and will be in keeping with other buildings of this age, style, and type throughout the historic district. That the proposed dimensional metal signage letters to be installed at the outer face of the display windows will be small in scale and reversible, and the cumulative amount of signage will not overwhelm the building or the streetscape. And that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I also recommend that the applicant work with staff on the final color of the off-white paint and work on the finish at that the finish at the steps and the landings be revised to feature a dark gray or a black finish, working with staff.
Okay, great. Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Mr. Chapin,
Nay.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
All right. Thanks. Thank you. Good to see you. All right, we'll move to the next item.
Right, the next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 24-11360, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 858, Lot 58, 95 Madison Avenue, the 95 Madison Avenue Emmett Building individual landmark. An early French Renaissance style office building designed by Barney and Colt and built in 1911 to 12. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefront infill and signage and to modify entrances, install a sidewalk canopy, construct rooftop additions and raise the height of courtyard facades, modify a parapet, replace windows, install skylights, and modify corner balconies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Ruley, Higgins Quays, Martha and Partners. Back to see you again. So we're here today with 95 Madison Avenue. This is the adaptive reuse of the building from commercial to residential. This is housing day. And I'm joined today by the team from FX Collaborative, who are the project architects, Brian Fanning, Bill Chalkley, and Tim Sudweeks. The facade restoration is being managed by Walter B. Melvin Architects, and we have David Van Erck with us today. And the project is being developed by Sunlight Development, and ownership team is here as well. I'm going to take you through some of the history and context, and then Bill Chalkley of FXC is going to take you through the details of the design. So starting here. This is 95 Madison. It's located on the southeast corner of 29th and Madison Avenues, individual landmark that was designated in 2018. It is also known as the Emmett Building. It is a 16-story neo French Renaissance office building that was constructed in 1912 and designed by Barney and Colt. And so here is the plan for the conversion. This is a very exciting project. It is going to be converted for mixed use. Before it was strictly commercial use. So mixed use, the commercial retail ground base and residential use above. And it is a fantastic, elaborate terracotta building that needs extensive restoration. We'll be looking at some of those details as we go through the presentation, but this project will bring new life to this building, which has been suffered from low occupancy, as many commercial buildings have since the pandemic. And so here we just have the stacking diagram to show retail at the lower 2 floors, the new residential lobby at the 3rd floor, office space and amenity for the residential use. 4 through 17 actually will be residential, and then there's mechanical bulkhead and amenity roof space above that. So just to take you through the scope of work, the intent here is for sort of a combination of carefully designed interventions to make limited modifications to the building and then within a fully restored facade in order to allow for the adaptive reuse of the building itself. So starting with the restoration, it's again terracotta, cast iron, has a tile, well, we used to have a tile roof, all of that becomes part of the full restorative program. At the base, there's going to be a new residential entry with a canopy and a storefront master plan to provide for future replacement. We have a couple of non-historic bays. For the most part, the base is intact. But we want to have provisions going forward for the replacement of those storefronts. Window replacement, the existing windows are calamine, original calamine windows. They are in very poor condition. And the separate issue, but related, is accessibility. The double hung windows are not accessible for the new residential units, so they'll be converted for a new fixed upper sash and an operable casement at the bottom in order to allow for accessible window operation, but maintaining the sight lines and appearance of the double hung windows. Moving up to the top of the building at the mansard, fully restoring the mansard in clay tile as it was historically, and creating new apertures within the mansard to allow for light and air into the terrace and new 17th floor within the mansard. And that is a critical part of the reuse of the project. And then above that, we have elevator overrun, mechanical enclosure, and then some modifications to a light well that's not visible from the street at the back corner of the building. As you can see on the right, this is an axon showing you what's exactly happening up at the roof. We have, in the existing condition, we have a lot of small construction that has been added behind the mansard, and that is going to all be reorganized for a new occupied 17th floor behind the mansard. It's not visible. You can see the new openings, the new apertures within the tile roof just below that, and then of course that new mechanical enclosure here. So just to give you a little bit of background on the building, as I mentioned, the building was constructed in 1912 and by Dr. Thomas Addis Emmett. He was a prominent surgeon, and formerly on this site was a group of small buildings that he owned and lived and worked in. There were surgical quarters and clinics, and upon retirement decided to develop the site. And so he and his sons developed the site with a new commercial building. But the unique aspect was that at the 16th floor was Emmett's apartment. And so it was a very early mixed use development. So at the mansard, so it's that sort of dormered floor here was his apartment. And behind the mansard, it was reported that were luscious gardens and water fountains and all of that. So and you can imagine the view from that perch at that time, just given the context around it in that view. So the building was constructed as part of that northward march from Union Square to Madison Square as commercial moved farther north. It's also happening at a time where it's the new skyscraper form, steel frame construction, clad in terracotta. This building is dripping with terracotta ornament. You can see the detail on the right with this hooded extension over sculptural forms all anchored back. This also might give you some indication of the terracotta issues that are on the building currently, but it was really very spectacular in its original condition and certainly today. The original of the building was used for retail commercial space. There were two entries, the southern entry on Madison Avenue that we see here, and then the eastern entry on East 29th Street over at the far east end. And the design of the base, it is there are paired pilasters at framing the outside edges, and then that double-story expression of the storefronts within. And so all of this was, there are cast iron bulkheads, cast iron spandrels, and all of the storefront infill is copper. The vast majority of that is intact. We have 3 bays that have been altered, but otherwise we have cast iron and extant copper throughout, and the proposal is to match all of those historic materials. The retail entry was this projecting vestibule that you can see here in the second bay from the south. And that is, there's a current entry there. We'll see how that evolves over time. Up on the top is a circa 1940 photograph. This is one moment in time. It's kind of great. They're in the middle of facade cleaning. So you can see like the dirty facade and then the clean facade on the left. And the only change by this point is the removal of that projecting vestibule. So that this is when you start to get a flush entry at that second bay from the south. And on the bottom, this is a designation photo. There's been a sidewalk bridge on the building for very many years, so we haven't been able to get really good overall photography. But the conditions are, as I mentioned, very intact copper and cast iron, and the 2 bays at the north end are the 2 that have been two that have been altered, and we have the main entry here, which is kind of in the distance, has a 1950s entry and fill. So we'll be looking at all that in terms of the new design. Sorry, went there. Up at the top of the building, so Emmett's apartment was this floor here, the paired the paired windows in the terracotta gable dormers. And as you can see, there's the tile roof above. It was all described as red clay tile. We have to go from written description. There's no physical fabric that remains. And you can see there were small dormer, they were ventilators into the attic space behind. This is just a sort of triangular attic space with a largely open roof behind it historically. In the current condition, you can see we have a rolled roofing and some amount of there's some remnants of red asphalt shingles that remain up there. And then above the roof line, you can see there's copper cresting that's been coated, and that requires replacement as well because of its asphaltic coating on the historic copper. All of the replacement is going to be done to match historic materials. In one of the important aspects of the project is the ability to locate new skylights within the mansard roof. And so here, just looking at a few examples that existed historically. These are all landmarks, by the way. And so where we see skylights integrated within the mansards, and this is for occupied space. So all of these include occupied space behind the skylight form. And then looking at how the commission has regulated those kinds of changes over time. Very comparable project at the Woolworth building where we had a copper mansard, new skylights were integrated into the mansard in order to allow for views out. Again, it's that high parapet height or the high roof height, 14 to 16 feet parapets, and allowing for views out from the terrace level. And also very similar is the setback rooftop addition that's nestled within the mansard itself. Similarly, at 555 West End Avenue, which I might have talked about earlier today with you, the creation of windows along the primary facades, and then a somewhat sort of more dramatic design intervention at Tammany Hall, 44 Union Square, where the original mansard was replaced with this new glass and metal structure in order to accommodate the new use within the space. Jumping back to the building, so here's our existing condition at the rooftop. We have some enclosed space, elevator bulkheads, lots of mechanical and water tank. You can see these two skylights here. When Emmett died in 1919, his apartment floor and the floor above were converted to office space. So he lost the apartment and whatever that garden was. This new addition and skylight structure was constructed in 1920. And then over time, as I mentioned, Walter B. Melvin Architects is taking on the restoration. They are the long-term architects for the building. They have been involved with the building for decades. And now this is really their opportunity to be able to do really juicy restoration work that hasn't been able to be accommodated before. And then just to touch on the restorative work to give you a sense of what's required. Again, all of this is staff level, so we won't go into it in great detail, but the copper cresting, that'll be replaced in kind. You can see we have a lot of terracotta conditions, lots of cracking, and so it'll all be replaced in kind in terracotta. There have been no substitute materials on this building. So that is one of the achievements of WBMA is that there's no substitute materials that exist on the building at this point. And so when they remove terracotta, they're going to treat the underlying steel to make sure that we're getting longevity out of the restorative work. But you can see the heavy cracking along the sculptural figures and all along. So there's extensive work that has to happen as part of this. And I would also note that these conditions are what drives the need to have the sidewalk bridge up for decades. And there are quality of life issues that go along with that. And so this project is really going to fundamentally change everything that's happening from a physical perspective on the building, but also just in terms of the quality of life and the experience of being on the street here when things have not been able to be achieved over time and have resulted in conditions like this. And I think just in closing, the idea of the restoration is really the primary, the central figure in the project. But that is all enabled by the conversion of the building. So the new project is really what's going to allow for this first-class restoration and also provide for the long-term preservation of the building going forward. And so with that, I think I'm going to pass the presentation to Bill, and he will walk you through the details.
Good afternoon. Bill Chalkley with Ethics Collaborative. Happy to be here today to share with you the modifications, the design aspects for this conversion. So a lot to go through, try to be efficient about it. We're going to start at the base of the building, looking at the storefront, and then work our way up to the top. Okay, so this is the ground floor, just to get you oriented. Aaron talked about the existing plan that you see on the left. Our proposal is really keeping, and I'll start on 29th Street, keeping the service entry in place as it is, introducing the new residential lobby on 29th Street with a canopy, double doors there. Retail will remain on the corner. And then towards the south, there's an existing retail entry there that we're going to maintain, allow for provisions for that to connect to a new kind of more subdued office lobby that's only serving second and third floor. So it's a little bit more downplayed. It's not a full building lobby, but it still remains part of the DNA of the project. So the master plan is really here for us to make sure that the new retail tenants have some guidance on how those storefronts are adapted and improved. We want to make a holistic redo of this that's in keeping with the historic fabric. Part of the building conversion is really the entry on Madison Avenue where it says 95, and then the new residential entries on 29th. This is Madison Avenue existing. A lot of intervention has occurred over time here. Point out the retail in the second bay here that's recently done in a nice way too, in copper, and that's kind of been our guidance for our new interventions. We don't want to take that out, so we're going to play up on that in its design and articulation. The new commercial entry, we have some issues there with the doors, and again, we want to downplay the impact of that, so taking out the signage and that stone. So I'll walk you through it in detail. This is the proposal. We'll be introducing a new set of doors and louver in that lobby entry, and then the new storefronts on the left-hand side here in keeping with the original fabric. So introducing the transom windows above the door and above the storefront glass, and then above the door, the three smaller transoms. And this is a detail of the proposed office entry. We're taking out the signage and that stone. We're now providing the double door and to the vertical side lights adjacent to that, a transom window, and new copper louvers. All the framing and detailing will be matching the historic fabric that we see in the adjacent bays. Minimal signage proposed here. This would be decal lettering on glass with dimensioned size there, fitting in their center on the glass. Okay, moving along to 29th Street. Again, mostly all existing historic fabric, just the doors we believe are new. We're proposing new doors for that service entry, louvers, a new residential entry, canopy, salvaging those louvers to be reused in the retail proportions if possible, but a lot of cleaning and restoring to original finishes of that existing fabric. So in detail, this is the residential entry. Again, we'll be removing the glass, inserting the double door with new vertical mullions to support that, removing the louvers above, replacing that with clear glass. At the podium, the base, we'll be removing the existing grills there, salvaging them for reuse in later dates, and then inserting new caps to end caps to frame the door. And then the canopy itself is attached to the new vertical mullions, and then it's a fabric canopy with metal posts and signage. And then in the service entry, we have the new double doors, which matching that same profile and aesthetic as the residential entry doors. And then we'll be removing the glass in the transom and replacing that with copper louvers. Okay, this is the material palette for the storefronts. I guess the new glazing, very transparent, low reflectivity, very neutral coloration. The cast iron elements, including the second floor windows, we believe are currently painted this green that you see on the screen. We believe, however, historically they were charcoal gray to match kind of the existing windows above. We're doing a paint analysis. Our intent is to match the historic color. And so we're thinking it's going to be the charcoal gray. For the canopy fabric, it's a warm gray, not so dark as that metal color, but complementary. And then for all the copper, our proposal is to remove the lacquer finish of all the copper to the original finish and let that patina over time to this nice warm, dark coppery tone that you see here. Okay, moving on to window replacement. This is the majority of the windows from floors 3 up to 16. Most of them are approximately the same size, 7 feet tall by 3'2". They're double hung. Deeply recessed, I should point out, actually, from the terracotta. And this is the state of their condition, so very necessary to replace those. And then our proposal, you can see in the middle is the existing window, double hung. Our proposal is for a simulated double hung with the bottom light and in-swing casement. Top is a fixed window. We are working closely with Skyline Windows, developing these details. It's going to be a full replacement from brick to brick, so not a retrofit, but a full replacement. And that allows us to tie into some new insulation behind the masonry. So it's going to be a whole new upgraded envelope for the facade. And we're paying attention to the sight lines, making sure we're matching profiles. And these are some of the details of the jam condition. Okay, moving up to the 14th floor, some specialty windows here, arched windows that we'll be replacing. Again, some of the details of trying to match the profiles exactly, making sure that we're not losing too much glazing as we're using a new system into aluminum extrusions for this. But so not a lot of loss here, 4%. And then the center bay. So these would be the same kind of in-swing casement, lower light, and the fixed upper light. This is a typical floor plan of an apartment floor. You can see in the center is where the new core is. You can start to see the layouts for the apartments. A lot of time and effort's gone into laying out these units to make sure that it's a viable project and good units. There are a few cases where we do engage the facade at a window. It's just an inevitable with the spacing of the terracotta. So what we're proposing here is not just a spandrel glass window, but a shadow box. So there'll be some depth behind that window, and so in order to test that, we prepared this mock-up. It's the first window. The most visible window is where the mock-up was created. But in essence, it's the typical window, and behind that is a metal pan set back about 6 inches. It's painted dark gray on the front face, and then the jambs are painted white. So it really simulates an interior space. And you can see from the photos, it's very hard to tell which is the shadow box. And given that the windows are so set back, we think it has a minimal impact, but it's an important tool for us as we design these apartment buildings. So overall, west elevation, we have that shadow box condition in just a number of places, maybe nine windows on that western elevation. On the north, just one location. We're also taking out a bunch of louvers in the existing facade. We'll get into the bulkhead and the new openings shortly. Okay, moving around to the east elevation, this is the lot line on 29th Street. We have some existing windows. They have fire-rated glass in that's no longer required in this situation. So we'll be replacing those with the typical window that you would find on the north and west. We have some areas of infill masonry at the top of the building. And we have a stair window, a smaller stair window that we'd like to fill in with brick. And this is just overall elevations, noting those changes. Okay, moving up to the 16th floor in the mansard roof. Here's the existing photo. So we're paying close attention to the coursing of the mansard as we detail the new terracotta tile. We'll start at the 16th floor, the balconies. This is the south balcony. 2 existing outswing double doors, very narrow with a center pier. On the left here is the existing condition, and our proposal is to remove that terracotta pier, provide 2 double in-swing doors so that there's an accessibility component and clearance with this. Install new guardrail, so there is none now. And this is the detail of the existing condition. You can see the parapet's quite low, it's only 2'5". And then our new double doors without the pier and the new guardrail. On the north, it's a little bit different configuration, so it's not symmetrical to the south. Here we have a little bit more narrow of a condition. It's a 5-foot door with 2 double doors, outswing steel. And we're proposing an in-swing bifolding door. We're proposing this because really we want to maintain that clear width for accessibility reasons. And we also want to maintain that double door aesthetic when it's closed. So this seemed to be helping us on 2 fronts. And then we have a completely compliant balcony condition with this approach. And we'll be also installing the new guardrails. So existing elevations and the proposed. Okay. So I might add coloration for this new infill, also in the dark charcoal gray, matched the existing windows in the floors below. Okay, moving up to the mansard. This is a recent photo. And our proposal, number of things happening here. You can see the new terracotta tiling. We have the new copper cresting and flashing. And we have the new openings into the mansard. So that's a 6x6 window, 2 paired 3-foot windows with a center simulated mullion muntin, dividing that up. So it gives you a nice vertical proportion in the window to differentiate it from the typical windows throughout the building. And here are some details through the mansard. It's a large structure. Overall, its expression is over 18 feet. On the back side, it's about 15 feet tall from the roofing. We're proposing to reframe that, remove that inner diagonal slope, to make a more usable terrace space and occupiable space beyond. Again, the coursing of the terracotta tiles, we're matching that to the historic coursing. These are some additional sections through the windows on the left. So it's, again, it's 6 feet by 6 feet, rough opening. And then we do have cases along the north side of the building where the occupiable space and the new roof will engage the mansard. And here you can see the roofing and structure connecting to it. There's a necessary guardrail up there. We're pulling that back 4 feet just to maintain, to not encroach on that, on the cresting from a visual standpoint. And that'll be seen in the visualizations that we've done, the visibility study coming up. Rooftop modifications. So a lot up here. We have a sprinkler room. This is the biggest kind of enclosed space. We have elevator bulkheads, stairs, the water tower, the skylights. Some views of that. And that's a plan existing on the left, and our proposed plan where we've consolidated all that area into the bulkhead, into new residential uses. We're providing a terrace along the west behind the mansard that wraps around to the north. There's some carve outs in the center part of the courtyard. One key factor to point out here is part of the conversion zoning requirements is that we provide 50% of the roof area as a building-wide amenity accessed by the residents. So that's really setting up the planning of and shaping of that roofscape and why we're carving away and allocating the area where we have it. So some sections through that. Again, we've programmed the bulkhead quite extensively with mechanical. There's really no occupiable space in this bulkhead. It's just elevator overrun, a small corridor out to the roof, but everything else is mechanical, and cooling towers is the big element there, and we're screening that entirely. That's part of a requirement to screen all permitted obstructions in this zone. So that'll help with acoustics as well as the visibility of it. And so this is an illustration showing those various pieces coming together. So the bulkhead, we're proposing to clad in metal with an architectural grille weaved into that to support the mechanical units below or behind. We have guardrail. We have a window wall that's set back behind the mansard. That's the residential uses beyond. Copper cresting of the mansard, the terracotta tile in the windows. And the proposed palette here. Again, a very neutral, low reflective glass. The window frames in the dark charcoal to match the existing window tones. That cladding of the bulkhead is a little bit lighter in a warm gray. And then the red slate for the terracotta. And again, the theme for the copper is same with the storefronts. We're going to start off with the uncoated copper, let that patina over time. I'll walk you through some of the visibility. So here we're really close to the building. This study is really about the bulkhead, how much you can see of the bulkhead. It's not really looking at the storefront intervention or the new windows. But up close, you're not going to have much view. No visibility at 29th and Madison Avenue. Here, stepping north of the building on Madison Avenue, looking south, you start to see the corner pop out. You can see the mansard and the copper cresting. It's in shadow. It's north facing. The impact of those windows is minimal. Here we are at 30th and Madison, so way back. Just seeing that little bit of the corner. You do see the 16th floor balcony and the top edge of the guardrail. It's not until you get to 29th Street and Fifth Avenue that the bulkhead starts to appear. And you can see why we really wanted to differentiate the top of the bulkhead from the mansard. So that's the reason for the metal cladding, kind of blends in with the building and the fabric beyond. And quite low. Moving to the east, we're on 29th, looking from Park Avenue, or the mid-block actually. And you're seeing the intervention, the new windows in the brick facade, the kind of filled in notch of that masonry wall, and then the top of the bulkhead. And then moving further out, now we're right at Park Avenue, and you just see a sliver of that bulkhead at the top. And now we're at Madison Square Park, looking north at 26th Street. You can see that the corner of the 16th floor balcony and the top of the mansard in the new terracotta tile and copper cresting, and then a sliver of the bulkhead. And then a little bit of visibility from the park itself. Okay, the last section is looking at the inner court. So this is a non-visible rear court, and a really important part of the project is we're carving out this area to provide light and air for the units on the floor. So a number of interventions required there, removing the brick chimney. There's an egress balcony that needs to be removed, and then unutilized elevator shaft. Some of the existing photos get you oriented there. Then our proposal is to replace all the windows here, take out the louvers that aren't going to be used, and then install new windows. There'll be some new louvers at the bottom supporting the building. There'll be a new open space roof at the third floor, and we'll be infilling some portions of the ground floor. And this is the south elevation, where on the left is the existing. You can see the chimney on the right of that elevation that's going to come down, as well as the balcony condition. We'll be installing a new brick facade there with new windows. And that's a detail of that existing double hung window that will be replaced with the full height in swing casement window. The facade will be cleaned. The brackets that used to hold the shutters that we saw in that existing photo will remain in place. And that's it for our interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, do we have questions on this? Any aspect of this? Commissioner Chu.
Question about the rooftop. Due to the size, the height of the rooftop element, did you explore versions of spreading it out to a bigger footprint and lowering the mass?
Let me get
It stacks mechanical with cooling tower, and I'm just wondering if there was any scheme that could get the height down.
Yeah, one of the main factors is that 50% of the roofscape requirement for the amenity. So that's a big footprint of the overall site. So consolidating that into a small footprint as possible is a big factor in the shape of it.
Sorry, was that 50% for amenities a program requirement?
That's part of the zoning.
The zoning requirement for the rooftop
conversions.
use?
Yeah. And I just wanted to point out, this is the mechanical plan for that bulkhead. The lower level here, you can see where the elevators are. That's that small vestibule that would take you out to that amenity roofscape. All that, the red and various colors are the different trades, but a lot of mechanical usage in there. And then the top, which is mostly an open well, but we do have the tall screen wall, is the cooling tower, generator, and fans. So we've really sized this as small as we think we can get it down to.
And the curtain rooftop, 50%. Can you show me a roof plan so I can see that?
Yep. So
And where are you at currently? What does this represent in percentage?
Yeah, so what's adding up to that 50% is the roofscape around the bulkhead here
Uh-huh.
and that third floor terrace. So it's a lot. And again, like the 17th floor is really reallocating floor area of the building. So there is a necessity to maintain this kind of terrace at the 17th floor behind the mansard. So the idea of like maybe expanding more roofscape at this just doesn't seem feasible. So consolidating all that mechanical in the bulkhead was a way to solve those problems.
That lower terrace doesn't count in that.
No, because that's
It's only
private.
in the upper portion. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Goldblum.
So just to continue on that, where it says guardrail location at the top,
Mhm.
that area of the main roof, it is over a residential unit that abuts the mansard and uses the new mansard windows as light and air?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions?
Skylights on the mansard, they're not really skylights, they're like this, but
Yeah.
those are those based on your light and air requirement for size?
Well, we kind of appropriately sized them for the elevation and
Right.
the impact on the
Right.
mansard, and we've backed into the occupiable space behind them. So we think 6'6" was probably the right size to put into the mansard, and otherwise we're encroaching too closely on the terracotta dormers. But 6'6" gives us enough, light and air to make some occupiable space on that corner.
Otherwise, you'd be stuck back into a skylight combo too.
Right.
What is kind of a.
And then we would,
And a skylight, right?
and then we'd have to pull back the roof to make more terrace, and then we're not meeting that 50%. That's-
So the skylights are gone?
Excuse me?
The skylights, the roof skylights, they're gone or are they still there?
They're new. The skylights are, oh, the sawtooths, yes, they're gone. Yeah, the ones in the middle are gone.
Okay.
All right, other questions? All right, well, let's move to public testimony. Is there anyone in this room that would like to speak on this item? Please go ahead. Yes, and I do have your sign-in sheet. Yeah. So Nate. Ren?
Okay, my name's Nate Ren. You're members of the Landmarks Preservation Committee, Madison. I'm a board member of the Rose Hill condo located at 30 East 29th Street, right next to 95 Madison, that is on the agenda today. I speak for the board members as well as the residents of the building. Firstly, I would like to express our community's appreciation for the new development and your involvement with 95 Madison. The proposed enhancements will benefit the block, and we welcome the positive impact. However, we have significant concerns regarding the height of the bulkhead. So this is not anything to do with the 17th floor or the 16th floor that they want to add on top of the roof. This is the 28-foot structure on top of that we have an issue with. This will mean a combined 43 feet added on top of the roof. The bulkhead, 28-foot tall and 1,600 square feet wide, will affect multiple floors of our condo. Combined, will result in a loss of $1.1 million due to the noise of the cooling tower and the obstruction that is generated by the bulkhead. This is especially hurtful in the context that the unit buyers were told that the Landmark building was already oversubscribed in the height they purchased, and something this massive could never be built on top of the roof. We understand the necessity of the mechanical room and the cooling tower, but after speaking to the architect of 95 Madison, Aaron, we believe that we can work together to lower the height of the bulkhead without compromising the integrity of the overall plan. Currently, the design is to have two mechanical rooms stacked on top of each other, one measuring 9 feet, and the other one measuring 19 feet. It's 1,600 square feet of space. We propose that the content of the rooms be combined together. It's a very large space, and if we could just reconfigure the positioning of the cooling system, we believe we can drop the height of the bulkhead by 9 feet, and also make it a little bit more appealing to the purchaser of the penthouse when they go up to the roof. We kindly request that the committee approve everything except for the bulkhead until Rose Hill and 95 Madison can come to agreement. Thank you. I'll pass pictures from our perspective.
Great, thank you. All right, and I'll note that there's no one else in the room to speak on this item, so I'll turn it over to Gregory College to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a couple of remote participants in the hearing room with their hands raised. The first person we'll be hearing from is Brenton Tarrant. Brenton Tarrant, I am promoting you to panelist right now. Okay, we seem to be having some complications promoting Brenton, so I'm going to move to Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Okay, Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is thrilled to see this beautiful and sensitive office to residential conversion. We're so glad this spectacular individual landmark will find new life as housing and look forward to many more such conversions in the near future. We particularly note that the applicant's use of real terracotta, use real terracotta in this restoration, which is the appropriate and correct material. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I am going to try Brenton Tarrant one more time. Hello, Brenton Tarrant. Would you like to speak on this item? Okay, noting he's not responding. I believe that is all for testimony. And I will note that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you. All right, so we've heard largely supportive testimony, but there were some comments about the rooftop bulkhead. I don't know if you'd like to address that. There was in the testimony a suggestion about collapsing the 2 floors into one. And if you could address that, that would be helpful since we had questions about it as well.
I think I'll start just from an appropriateness perspective, and then perhaps the architects can opine on the study that has gone into what's needed here. When we were relocating the core, trying to understand the relationship to the mansard and the visibility, there was a lot of care placed in making sure that the two disassociate with one another so that you get the free reading of the mansard without being encumbered by the what we knew was going to be the obvious height of the elevator overrun alone, but then the mechanical equipment. There will be 70 plus units in this building, and this is the mechanical tower for the whole building, and it's all consolidated. So I think the architects can speak to the clearances and everything that's needed in order to, and why one would stack it versus being able to break it down and spread it out over more area. But I think importantly, the whole structure of the project has been to isolate the mechanical overrun so that we can not interfere with the reading. And I think while I appreciate the comments from the neighbor, we're talking about their lot line. Rose Hill cantilevers over our neighboring building. There's a 7-story building to the west of, to the east, I'm sorry, of 95. And then Rose Hill rises up approximately 30 stories, and they cantilever over the 7-story building. So what we're talking about is the bulkhead on the roof of the landmark that's going to be servicing the entire project, which makes this feasible. And I think maybe Tim, do you want to take this?
Hi, I'm Tim Sudwings from the FX Collaborative. Just a couple of points. The elevator is not a traction elevator with a machine above. This is an MRL, a machine roomless elevator. And we did speak with the client team about reducing the speed of the elevator in order to reduce the overrun. So we have really tried to minimize the height of the elevator and pull it down. With regard to the equipment, you know, it is hard to spread it out because of this 50% rooftop requirement. And also, you know, these things do need to stack. The boiler room is right below the cooling tower. So these things are connected. By pulling them apart, there's a huge complication that arises. So it is kind of pulled together in a way that keeps it as tight as possible.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any final questions? All right, not seeing any, then I think we should move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed, and this is another kind of very exciting adaptive reuse project today of a former office building into a mixed use condition with retail on the ground floor, a little bit of office, and then residential, much needed residential above. And this comes with a fantastic restoration program and really discrete interventions throughout the building to support the new use. Many of those come with some restorative component to them. And so those are the aspects that we'll be discussing, and that includes entry modifications, including replacing the 1950s entry on Madison Avenue with a new set of entry doors and a canopy, and the limited removal of a storefront bulkhead on 29th Street to accommodate a new entry to the residential lobby. And then a storefront master plan that includes retention of all the historic storefront fabric and new storefront infill that would match many of the aspects of the historic storefronts and return some uniformity to the base of the building. There are also windows throughout the facade that are currently not accessible as in their size with a double hung configuration. So the proposal is for new windows with a fixed upper sash. This window replacement includes removing a lot of window louvers from the facade, which is a plus. And it also does include a shadow box behind 10 of the windows. And the applicants have shown that they believe that would be minimally perceptible. And then at the top, at the 16th floor, at the corners, we have replacement of the French doors in new configurations. Those are just, it looks like mostly visible just at the very top, and you catch the top of the new guardrails at those corners as well. And then at the mansard, you know, huge benefit here to restore the terracotta tiles to the roof. And that would also come with new skylights inserted between the dormers to provide access. And then behind the mansard, of course, reconfiguring the volumes and constructing a mechanical bulkhead on top of that, which we've had much discussion about. And then as well, there are window changes on the secondary elevations, some ending the non-visible rear courtyard. So I think we'll have a discussion where we want to hit sort of all of those aspects, working from the base up or the top down. But I do think just generally this project really highlights how, you know, investing in our landmarks can and converting the use and in this case to residential use is really a sort of mutually beneficial situation that really can kind of help with societal needs in a way that enables the restoration of and the long-term viability of our historic resources. So I think this is overall conceptually a really exciting project for us to be reviewing and discussing, given the discussion, the discourse about much needed housing in our city right now. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this one?
Okay. Let me just get back. I'm gonna try to hit the points based on the outline that was so clearly presented in the beginning. There's so many elements. Yeah, I want to shadow Sarah's comment about the project overall. I think it's a fantastic project, adaptive reuse of a great historic building. And I also wanted to say that I really appreciate the use of the terracotta and reusing that as the original material to replace in the new proposal, I think is the right move. And for me, that does a lot for the whole project. And I think that overshadows your overall intent in what you're proposing here, which is positive. So number one, facade restoration, I think that is generally done in a very thoughtful way. As I said, the material choice is commendable here. We see a lot of cases where they're trying to use an alternate material, capstone or something in replacement of terracotta, but this is ultimately, in our opinion, the right choice or the best choice. Now, in terms of the work that's being done for the entry modifications at the retail level, I can see it's very complicated. I'm assuming that there are existing conditions of louvers over these doors that need to be respected, and therefore that's why some of the grillage is kept. It looks like overall the proposal takes away some of the anomalies that have been picked up in time and gives it a more general feel and aesthetic for the upper portions over the big picture windows, which I appreciate. I don't personally see any issues with what you're proposing at the retail street level. If we move up to the window replacements, I also think is a great thing to get more windows back because of the centralization of the cooling system. And I think that your proposal, the shadow box, I can understand the challenges of doing proper layouts, and it looked like you ended up with a partition on a window, which is the reason for the shadow box. I think the shadow box is going to make it a better proposal. It's a basically blanked out window from the interior perspective, but from the outside, it will give a little bit of depth and hide what might seem to be a flatness that non-shadow box conditions create. So I'm okay with those window replacements. The 16th floor and mansard, I would say I'm just going to jump to the 2 points where I do have some comments, and that is the mansard and then the rooftop modification for the bulkhead. The mansard itself, I would like the applicant, I don't want to get into all the detail in the comment, but I think the intent from my perspective is it does look like there's too much window to me on that mansard. If I look at the beautiful historic condition, I understand you're not recreating that, but I'm losing some of the sense of the roof there because there's so many punches in that. And I wondered if there was a way to look at that. And I think you could look at it with the staff to satisfy your light and air requirement, but to make those windows maybe a little, you could add maybe more, but not so square. I feel like the historic condition had these very ornamental elements that were kind of vertical moments across the top, but it still created a general field of that mansard that I feel like right now with all the punches, I'm losing the backdrop between all these beautiful bays that are popping up through there. And I could accept the same percentage of opening if they were maybe not all in these big squares. It's an aesthetic comment. And then the next would be just, again, I understand that it's challenging, but if there were any way to get that bulkhead down a little bit, I think that would be something I would definitely want to see happen. The finish of it, I think that the applicant can work with staff on the final color. I see that it's picked out to be something that may be a little different than the rest of the building, which is okay. I don't think it needs to match the historic building, but it does need to complement it because it is quite a large element. The sight lines from the street level you're showing show that mostly it's not visible. There are a couple of views where you can see a bit of it, but there is quite a lot of view of that as you move up into the taller buildings, as one of the comments were made by testimony earlier. I think that covers my comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Master?
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic project, like the project that we saw earlier this morning. Adaptive reuse with a beautiful building. And thank you to the applicant for being very careful in a lot of the historical restoration that is happening in conjunction with this adaptive reuse. I think starting on the ground floor, the modifications to the entry for retail and the storefront master plan, I think all of that is very good. They're replacing all the windows, and I think that's fine, including the shadow box windows, which makes a lot of sense and is necessary. I think I'm actually okay with the skylights on the mansard roof. I think that's nice and not too visible, in my opinion. And then the rear courtyard facades are fine. I don't think they're visible from a public thoroughfare. I share Commissioner Chu's concerns about the rooftop bulkhead. I understand the reasoning that the applicant had said, but I'm just wondering if there's any way to go back and do a re-examination to see if we can just lower the height a little bit. Other than that, I think it's fantastic.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I must commend the architects for this is a really technically difficult problem. The 10 items that they they worked on and did an incredible job in all of them, I thought. I think the number one, a master plan makes sense. Storefront and signage, I think they did a good job on that. Modifying entrances and installing sidewalk canopies. All of these they did well. The only issue, well, there are two parts that they did extremely well was the balconies. I think they were beautifully done. They just handled that very well. And I think the mansard roof, I think is a beautiful place to live in. They handled that very well. The only thing is a bulkhead. If they could reduce that to some reasonable size, 28 feet is quite high. So if they could half that would be great. And it's a beautiful project.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. Everardo and I were just talking over lunch about how buildings, unlike works of art, of paintings or something, are mutable and are always changing, and that we can't really kind of hold them to the standard of a Picasso on the wall. And this is an example of a project that is changing in its essence, in its program, but that is being enhanced in the process and brought to a new life where it'll be appreciated, I think, anew. And I think that's really wonderful. I share a lot of Stephen's thoughts, but I'll get into the specifics. Ground up, storefront, generally wonderful. Although I would suggest that at the 2 points where they have the louvers, the copper louvers, love the copper material, very appropriate, but the profile looks a little prosaic. They might consider either putting a grill over it or having it working with the transom system that's already there. Look at the historically it was just a window. So I don't know, there's something about that maybe it's a thinner blade or something. There's something about that louver profile that looked a little bit default to me. The shadow box, I mean, it's okay, but why not do a zigzag? It was occurring right at a place where you could do a little zigzag that, I mean, whenever we do an office interior, we always wind up doing those things, and it just avoids the need for it, and it gives somebody an extra window, which no one ever complains about. I think on the 16th floor, the modifications for the railings are all fine, although I would just ask that they work with staff. When they're doing those French doors, the central mullion should probably be fattened up, since it's a fake mullion anyway, just so that it matches what was historically there. I mean, those French doors that are up there are probably original, and they're quite interesting and lovely. I understand why they have to be replaced, but let's try to copy them a little better. I agree 1,000% with what Stephen said about the mansard. Those little vents or whatever those were, those little dormer things, create the perfect precedent for a rhythm of openings on that dormer, that on that mansard, I mean, that would recreate or recall a historic rhythm and give it new purpose. I personally don't have great difficulty with the bulkhead height because it's really viewed at such kind of distance from the building. But I think that if others feel, as clearly others feel differently, I think the way that the applicant could look at it is lower it to the point where from your view corridor at that angle, you will mask the things you want to mask. Because, I mean, if you look at the section, it's quite high, and it does, mask a lot of things that are rather worth masking, the elevator bulkhead, generator, whatever, AC equipment. But if you kind of view it from the angles at which it's viewed, you could probably drop those things down. And even if it results in, let's say, the elevator bulkhead being a little bit higher, I think that that's kind of okay. I mean, this kind of building did have and has stuff on the roof that people can see. I don't think it needs to be so pristine. I mean, the big question there is like sound code compliance. That might be kind of why it's that height. But,
That's right.
and I personally don't have a problem with it at the height, but clearly others are concerned about it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chin?
Yeah, I think this is a very worthwhile project. This is a nice project. Clearly, like the one previously, a very good adaptive reuse, fulfilling the need of our times. I was listening to the testimony and I'm hearing about, we're coming back to this bulkhead issue on the rooftop. I only wish cantilevering over the side is an issue, is an option, because we're all scratching our head but to Stephen's point and Michael Goldblum's point, I think given the juxtaposition from where you can the limited view corridor against the backdrop, I think that and the fact that they use metal material to set itself apart, in the context of overall things is really about how best to address the neighbor's concern. Other than that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
Going to just echo my colleague's sentiments that this is a very exciting project. It's a landmark. We always want to preserve our landmarks in the best way possible. And it's as part of doing that, we're creating a residential project, which is and a conversion is a very difficult thing to do. So yeah, I think you're getting three things in this project, which are fantastic. Preservation, conversion, which produces residential, and it will continue to add to the landscape of our city in a positive way. So in that regard, I really want to applaud you and also applaud you in general for your thoughtfulness in your approach to this project. I want to echo Commissioner Chu's sentiments about the facade restoration, especially in terms of the terracotta. I think it is so wonderful that you are using terracotta. So many applicants come to us today with applications that include cast stone, and ultimately this is going to retain the beauty of the building, the history of the building, and in terms of longevity, it's going to last the longest. So it's a true investment in the project in every single way. I commend you. I think what's happening at the ground floor in terms of the separation of the uses, it's very thoughtful. They don't get in the way of each other in terms of the entrances, which I think is great. And the way the retail uses are laid out makes sense to me. The signage on the canopies works well. The windows, I think your selection, first of all, going brick to brick is always, I believe, the best way to go if you can do it. So thank you for doing that. And just your use of the casements at the bottom with the closed sash. It's wonderful because it it really helps reinforce this idea that they're truly over one windows, even though they're casement. So thank you for that. I am okay with the skylights and the mansard roof. And the balcony railings look fine. And I mean, there's a lot of complex work that you've done at the top of the building that I appreciate. I do also believe that it would be good for you to go back and look again at the height of the bulkhead.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin, yeah.
Yeah, well, as others want to say that it's just a terrific, very extensive restoration. I mean, it's just incredible how much is going to be done, and it's wonderful. And particularly use of the original terracotta. I think that the storefronts and the doors are completely appropriate, that the window replacement for accessibility is also just what the right thing to do entirely. And I think that these skylights in the mansard, they're not only something that often has occurred, but they are following an original, penetrations that were originally in the mansard. So it's Commissioner Chu's suggestion that, perhaps they could be reshaped or something a little bit to have a little more historical reference or relationship. I think that would be a nice thing. I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I think it's an interesting thought that maybe they might pursue to see if it's very high up at the same time. So it's not, I can approve it. I could approve it as presented, but I do think that's it might be even better if there was some way to adapt it a little bit, adapt those windows a little bit. On the bulkhead, it is very unfortunate that it's so high. It does not seem, from the discussion, that they have a lot of alternatives because of the 50% requirement. And even like what we sometimes suggest, breaking up the elements or, screening them individually, again, does not seem to be helping in this case. So, it would be nice if they could work with the staff to see if there's anything they can do about it. But it's such a terrific project in general for its purpose and being so well done that I certainly can approve it. But hopefully, they'll work with the staff and see if there's any way they can achieve some reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Bland.
Wrapping up, there's not much more to say, but I just want to say the obvious that this morning's Brooklyn Union Gas St. Francis building and this building should be models and challenges really to the city, and showing how our landmarks can be productive. They're flexible. They can move to a new use. They remain in our city as great icons, but they are contributing to the problems that we now have, particularly with housing. So I just think they're wonderful models, and it's wonderful to see. I only had two thoughts. I'll chime in. Sure, if there's anything that can be done to lower the bulkhead, that would be good. And I think Commissioner Chu's notion about the shape of the windows in the mansard, even though they conform to something that was there earlier, if they could be working with staff, if they could be somewhat rearranged, I think it could be better. But Commissioner Chapin's point is they're really high up there and they're probably not very noticeable. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I think the rest of it is so commendable and wonderful to see today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I think we have largely supportive comments here. I think it would be good to the extent possible to take a look at the height of that bulkhead again as you continue to develop your final drawings and plans to see if there's any possibility. I do think that it is, in terms of visibility from the street, which is where we regulate from, it is comparable to some other large bulkheads that we see on other large buildings. And so I don't think that it in itself detracts or calls attention away from the landmark. But I think that to the extent that there is some room to lower it, we'd like you to continue to explore that. And then I think that we have enough votes for the skylights as they are, but I think we do have 3 commissioners who have suggested looking at the proportions and seeing if it's feasible to modify those proportions to make them a little more vertical and still achieve the same percentage of light and air that's required. So I think we will add that as something that we'd encourage you to do. So why don't I make the motion, Commissioner Chu, because I don't want to put you in a situation where you are encouraging something that you actually wanted to have in the motion. So I know, I'm sparing everybody today. All right, in the matter of docket number 24-11-360, 95 Madison Avenue, the Emmett Building, an individual landmark and early French Renaissance style office building designed by Barney and Colt and built in 1911-12. This is an application to establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefront infill and signage, and to modify entrances, install a sidewalk canopy, construct rooftop additions, and raise the height of courtyard facades, modify a parapet, replace windows, install skylights, and modify corner balconies. And I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will facilitate the adaptive reuse of this historic office building for residential purposes, that the existing historic infill will be retained at multiple storefront bays, and that the removal of modern storefront infill at the Madison Avenue facade will eliminate unsympathetic later alterations, that the building historically had uniform storefront infill throughout the base. Therefore, the proposed master plan will help bring the building closer to its historic appearance over time, that the proposed storefront entrance doors will match the design and materiality of existing doors, and the new storefront display windows, transoms, and bulkheads will match the historic windows, transoms, and bulkheads in terms of material details and configuration, that the proportion of the historic storefront bulkhead to be removed for the installation of a new entrance on East 29th Street will be salvaged and retained on site for future use, that the proposed fabric canopy with the address printed on the sides at the new entrance is in keeping with canopies commonly found on buildings of this age, style, and type, that the fixed upper sash with the proposed windows will be in a different plane from the lower sash, closely replicating the appearance of the historic double hung sash, and the change in operation at the lower sash to casement on windows above the 3rd floor will only be perceptible when the sash is open, and the color of the windows will be based on an historic paint analysis. That only a limited number of windows will feature shadow box interior partitions, and that the proposed finish of the partitions will recall the appearance of interior shades, helping them to remain a discrete presence at the upper floors of the facades. That the changing configuration of the secondary facade windows from 2/2 to 1/1 will match the configuration of the primary facade windows and will be typical of secondary facade windows found at some 20th century buildings of this type, that the installation of skylights at the multi-story mansard roof will be in keeping with historic installations at mansard roofs at buildings of this age, that the proposed skylights are simple in design and well scaled to the roof and its dormers, and none of the historic roofing remains, and therefore the installation will not damage historic roofing materials, that the removal of the masonry mullion at the southwestern balcony will remove only a limited amount of plain masonry and will be in keeping with the historic condition of the western balcony, which did not feature a masonry mullion, that the proposed balcony railings will address an existing safety issue, will be simply designed, and will only be visible from a public thoroughfare at a distance. The proposed rooftop additions will will only be visible over primary facades at a distance, often with the other buildings in the background, and the simple silhouette and dark gray finish metal cladding and grills at the visible portions of the additions will be in keeping with other visible utilitarian rooftop accretions commonly found at buildings of this type and age. That sealing the open portions of the parapet with brickwork will help obscure the view of the rooftop additions from public thoroughfares and will result in a more uniform parapet condition at the secondary facade. That the modification of the rear courtyard facades will only remove 2 sets of cast iron shutters and pintles at the south courtyard facade and will maintain the historic shutter pintles throughout the north courtyard facade, and that the courtyard facades to be modified are simple in design and are not visible from public thoroughfares, therefore raising the heights of the facades to incorporate them into the rooftop additions, and the removal of an elevator enclosure, chimney, and portion of a stair tower at one facade will not eliminate any significant architectural features. However, I recommend that the applicant continue to explore the feasibility of reducing the mechanical bulkhead, and also would encourage them to think about the proportions of the skylights. And with that, Commissioner Lutfi, would you second the motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Master.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passed.
Thank you very much. That's approved, and we'll move on to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 24-05901. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 717, Lot 62, 436 West 20th Street in the Chelsea Historic District. This is a Greek Revival Italianate style house, row house built in 1835. And the application is to reconstruct the front facade.
Hi. My name is Tatiana Tatarintseva, and I'm from Melamed Architect. I am a project manager for this particular project, and here my colleagues are Yossi Melamed, who is the architect, and Arnold Park, the structural engineer, who is consulting us. And we will be open to your questions once I conclude the presentation. Okay, so we are working on a building of 436 West 20th Street in Chelsea. It is a 5-level single-family home, and it was originally built in 1835, and it is of Greek Revival. Okay, is it better? Okay, Greek Revival style. So the proposed scope of work for the primary facade is partial structural repair and refacing the whole of the facade, and also reconstructing some missing historical elements. So here you can see the existing elevation of the building and some photos of the existing condition, and you can see the you can see the missing door enframement, which is present on a text slide photo, and you see some structural issues that we're going to be discussing. I want to mention that this existing facade is Flemish blonde, yellow-orange brick that we're going to be refacing with salvaging the brick from this existing facade. So here, just a close up, just to see and evaluate the current condition of the brick and mortar, and some cracking, some patching throughout the years of the life of the facade, some deformation of lintels and sills, missing historical elements, and the northwest corner settlement, which rendered all the window openings on this facade to be non-orthogonal. So once we try to install the windows, we face the problem that we cannot install them in existing openings. So we invited the consulting engineer to advise us on what to do. And one of the main findings from that report was that the primary facade is of inconsistent width. So we have 2 with a brick wall in the window lines and 3 with brick wall everywhere else. So, and the 2 with brick wall condition is rather poor, because you can see here that the mortar is kind of soft and of moderate strength, and those bricks were actually pulled out by hand. So right now we have a architectural conservation working on the mortar analysis, and we're going to be having a report by the end of this week. So here, just more photos to show and illustrate cracking and the pulling out of the brick by hand. So in the coordination with the consulting engineer, we came up with a proposed scope, which we want to partially rebuild the structural wall and reface the brick, reface the whole facade with the brick salvaged from this existing facade, and then to reconstruct the missing door enfrainment. So here we're going to be showing a series of details to explain the scope of work that we came up with. And we're going to be proposing the same brick and the same bond. So here we're going to be removing the 2 white brick completely in the window lines that you see highlighted in red. We're going to be using toothing technique to salvage as much brick as possible. We're going to keep it inside in the basement floor to not expose it to the weather more than it's needed to be. And then after that, we're going to rebuild the 2 widths of the brick and take out the face brick from the rest. After all the face brick will be reconditioned, we're going to apply it back to the facade to make sure that the waterproofing of the facade will not compromise its integrity. So basically, this is just to show that we're not deviating from the existing scheme. It's going to be same openings of size and location. And here's just a series of section details for you to understand better the process that we're proposing. And once we rebuild the 2 widths of a brick, now this line will go flush with the rest of the facade. And then we're gonna remove just the face brick from the portions in between the window and apply the face brick back to this facade in one shot. And this is the concluding part of our scope, which is rebuilding the missing historic elements. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. All right, we have questions. Commissioner Goldblum?
All right, so the heart of this is the removal and replacement of the brick, obviously. How are you going to get those joints to be that skinny if nowadays that's not the recommended way that bricks are installed?
Joints.
No, that's the grout joints. The mortar joints are look like they're pretty skinny. Do you have a dimension on what the existing are, and can you match that? Usually, it looks like a hard detail to match.
But meaning that matching for what? For
The
existing?
grout, the joints, the mortar joints. How
Okay.
tall are the mortar joints existing, and how tall are the mortar joints gonna be when you're done with your new?
Okay, we're still waiting on that information from the mortar analysis technician. But the idea is that we're gonna reinstall the whole of the facade with a uniform joint width.
Right.
That can be,
Well, what I guess my comment is that in the photograph
yes.
that you showed of that one right there, those joints look narrower than those recommended nowadays by the Brick Institute of America,
Mhm.
which was typical of buildings of this age. But are you saying that your intention is to install your new bricks with that exact bond, with that exact mortar joint height, et cetera?
I think we'll have, as a new application, we'll have to follow the new standards.
Right. So you're also basing this very much on your anticipation that the report's going to come back and tell you that the whole thing's got to be jumped. But the probe that showed the deterioration, which you could pull out by hand, wasn't that closer to the ground in one specific area? There you go, where it was very clear that there were repairs. Why do you feel that it's a proper? Oh, that's at the top. I mean, that's closer to the top.
Yeah.
That's clearly related to a structural movement problem that happened over time, right? You can see how the brick is shearing, and they probably were patching it back. Do you believe that exists everywhere?
Oh,
Well, like I was the one that.
Come up and just state your name.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, Arnold Park, PE. I represent Sharp Engineer, the consulting engineer for the architect. I was the one that took those photos. I believe the photo showing the removal of the brick, that was, I think it was at that location, but I think it was indicative of of the rest of the condition of the building. Basically anywhere you have, anywhere below a windowsill, basically.
So are you seeing that kind of shearing of the brick below all the windows on the entire facade?
Yes, it's there, the shearing and the wave-like appearance is consistent with nearly all the windows.
And is that showing up in the basement with cracks or settling issues? Cellar?
Well, there was a settling issue at the northwest corner of the building visible in the basement, but I think that was an issue long resolved before we were involved in this project.
Right, so this kind of deformation of the brick, it's you're saying that it occurs at every window, every space between two windows?
Nearly every window.
So then, let's grant that that's the case. Is it happening on the solid piers as well? Why do you think those need to be replaced?
We agree that no, there was some back and forth about the status of the solid piers, but we agree that we want to keep the solid piers as they are. We don't want to do any structural modification to it, but the exception of the face brick in front of the solid piers.
Are they deteriorating or damaged?
Not that we, not to an extent that merits any structural repair.
So why not leave them?
Why not leave the face brick?
Right, on those vertical piers.
Is that once we'll start reinstalling the brick only on the window lines, we will have trouble matching existing brick and new brick along these lines. So matching the joints, and it will be a lot of possibilities of compromising the waterproofing and sealing of the envelope. That's gonna create a long joints along the facade.
So do you have water infiltration issues now?
We're right now in construction, and
Were there water infiltration issues before? There were. And lastly, what leads you to believe that you're going to be able to salvage all this brick?
we're gonna try it.
Right. And do you have a good match in case you need more?
I'm pretty sure that we will be needing a little bit more, but we will be working with staff to find out the best possible match for it.
Thanks.
All right, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Chu.
I'm listening to everything Michael just asked because I had similar questions, but just to summarize, you are replacing the entire face brick of the whole facade. And this deformation must have been a result of non-uniform displacement back in the past, and it caused the damage, and then it settled. And now you're just going to replace the face brick to uniform and replace those damaged undersill brick conditions. Okay. Okay.
And just to point out one thing, since it is Flemish bond, it's not like from a later period where the outer white is of its own. It actually ties into the second white. So I don't know if they stated it, but they'd actually have to cut or break, all of those header bricks in order to take all of these apart and then put them back as their own distinct outer white layer as part of the reconstruction.
And they're not going over.
At least where the piers are, they may be able to rebuild them locked in Flemish bond, above and below windows. Right, but if they keep those piers between all the windows, they wouldn't be able to do that in the same way. It's 3 wides thick at the pier locations versus 2 wides at the window base.
Well, I think the uniformity that Michael was raising is the concern. That's beautiful, that old type joint. I mean, you don't find that anymore. There are a few of the houses that still have those. We won't be able to recreate that. The concern I have is the quantity of existing brick you're going to be able to come up with to cover this facade.
The idea is that, as we just discussed, the new standards for mortar joint thickness. And if we're gonna leave the piers in between the windows as existing face brick, and then we're gonna install a different joint thickness for the new one, that's gonna be a big mismatch.
Yeah, that, I understand that challenge.
Yeah.
So,
All right, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
So the piers are kept. You're keeping the piers?
No, they're proposing to
They're getting rid
replace
of
the
piers, getting
entire
rid of
thing.
everything.
Two backwise, but the new face,
They're keeping the two back.
the outside wise will be,
The face is going. And then the question you had is the joints. Would they be able to control the joints?
The answer is no.
and the answer
answer
is
is no.
no. And just,
Slightly based on layout. It might slightly shift from where they are now.
right, right. And as Corey just pointed out, because it's Flemish blonde, it is tied into the inner wise. And so with a new outer wide, it will be independent and won't tie in the way it did historically. All right, other questions?
This would be even though it's gonna be an all-new face, you're gonna put a layer of waterproofing in, and then they're gonna have a veneer face that doesn't tie structurally back, except for the clips. But, are you gonna have leaps? It's gonna be a cavity wall, or it's gonna be tight?
Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, let's move to public testimony. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, I will turn it over to Gregory Collett to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. There are a couple of remote participants with their hands raised. The first we'll be hearing from is John Graham from the Victorian Society of New York. John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. We do not find that a good case has been made for the complete reconstruction of this 1835 facade. The only significant external damage we see has been the recent removal of face bricks by the applicant. The settling that's visible likely occurred a long time ago. If there's a question about stability, its severity and the extent should be confirmed by a preservation-oriented architect or engineer before being used as a reason to destroy the entire facade. Smaller sections of the facade that require intervention and reconstruction can be rebuilt as needed. If the entire facade is removed, it's unlikely to be reconstructed with the fine brickwork it has today. We are also concerned that the extensive interior work at the building may be a cause of any recent issues with the front facade. If that's the case, it will be especially important to minimize the amount of reconstruction of the historic facade to the greatest extent possible. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I promoted you to panelist. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC believes alternate solutions are possible here. The applicant's proposal to rebuild the exterior white of brick will result in a visual condition, in this case oversized brick joints, that is more objectionable than the existing condition. This wall can and should be rebuilt from the inside out with the exterior white of brick secured to the interior using helical anchors installed from the interior wise of brick out. We encourage the applicant and LPC staff to find a technical solution that preserves this facade and all of its current irregularity as is. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any additional hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 4 recommends approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, so I'd like to ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard. Would you like to respond to the comments we've heard in the testimony?
I think we're good. We responded to everything.
Okay. Commissioners, any final questions? I mean, I think I just have one more question. I know that the window replacement was sort of the driver for this, and currently the windows, it's a challenge. The openings are not square and windows are square, and so I guess they have panels that sort of fill in the gaps right now. Is that how it works? And is that where?
We installed with the foam, the windows that we received, because it was the winter time and we were in construction doing interior work, so we had to seal the building somehow. But it was still showing that it's going to be leaking.
So it's still leaking?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me just check with our remote commissioners as well. Okay. If there are no other questions, we'll move to our discussion. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed, and so this is an application to reconstruct the outer Y of the brick to accommodate square window openings and water infiltration issues that are occurring. And as we've heard, this is Flemish bond brick with very thin mortar joints, and so there is a tension between being able to recreate that and the scope of the removal. And I think we have to think through that as we begin our discussion. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to start this one?
Sure. It's a devilish technical question. And let me start with what's really good. I think what they did at the doorway is commendable. And I think in terms of the technical issue of this, I think I would leave it to the staff to really go through and decide how best to apply one single layer of brick to existing layer and how you tie them together, with what kind of bolts you use. I don't know. I'll leave it to the staff.
All right. Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, this is a moment where I miss Michael Devonshire. Because it really comes down to a question of kind of technique and best practices that I feel underqualified to answer. I'll bet you there's a spec out there for the thin joints that would pass muster with an engineer. I just don't know it. And I think when I see this kind of application, my mind jumps to those buildings on 14th Street that BKSK just reconstructed and how bad they look. They just look new. They just don't have that feel of an older building. And it's, things happen, and that was a different story. But here we have a building that clearly has settlement problems. And if there was water infiltration on the interior, then there's settlement problems that need to be fixed. And the repairs that were done in the past were a botch. They weren't done properly. That said, I don't think that as a commission, we should be authorizing the wholesale skinning of a historic building without deep consideration. And I think that the standard need not be perfection, but should be authenticity. And therefore, I kind of agree with the people who are testifying in that I think a localized removal program that sought to replace the bricks that were clearly delaminated is the way to go. I think if there are waterproofing issues, I'll bet you 95% of them would be addressed by a good pointing job. But I think that the suggestion about using a qualified consultant who knows about buildings of this vintage is a really good way to start. And I'm sure the staff can be helpful in that regard.
So I'm reluctant to approve a wholesale skinning of the building. I just think it would result in a building that would lose its historic integrity.
Great, thank you. I'm going to jump around a little bit just because wonder that the architects might have some more technical expertise.
And I think that I think it's good and okay to leave the building with wavy brick,
Yeah.
as long as the wavy brick isn't falling off or causing problems.
Right, causing more water infiltration. Commissioner Chu?
I tend to agree. I think we're gonna see a different facade at the end of this. And if right now, the proposed waterproofing solutions, insulation as well, there is being proposed. I assume it's on the inside furring wall. There may be other approaches that can be done to properly create an exterior line here that will keep more integrity in the brick makeup, because originally it was a three-wide facade. And the new condition will essentially be shearing off the front face and reapplying it and attaching that to the facade. We've seen historic buildings where the front layers of brick have delaminated from their substrates with time. And that, I mean, that's another risk that could come with time, especially if water got back there again. So I don't feel comfortable either, because I don't know if this is going to be the right solution for the long run of even the facade doing its job as an exterior of the building, apart from the aesthetic concerns that we have right now.
All right, Vice Chair Bland?
Yeah, talk about above my pay grade too. This is not something that I really know. Certainly if this were my problem as an architect, I would be reaching out for the best consultant in the business, whom I don't know who that is necessarily, but I'm sure that person exists in New York. So I think we have to take a step back, take more time. I can't approve what's being proposed here. And just to redouble our efforts to get this right, because the wholesale remake of this facade with new brick would be a tragedy, a loss of the Flemish bond and of this house of this era across from the General Theological Seminary. It just shouldn't happen until we really know that there's no other remedy. And I don't think we know that yet. Certainly I don't.
Right. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna, rather than going around to everybody, I think that for all of us that we feel, I assume, unless anyone disagrees, that this, we're not persuaded that wholesale facade replacement is warranted at this point, and that preserving as much fabric in place as possible would be the ideal solution, and that working closely with the staff and getting some consultants who have expertise in historic structures, I think would help to go a long way to figure out the replacement that's needed and the amount of sort of localized repair that one can undertake that would address some of the immediate water infiltration issues and preserve the building in the long term. So I do think we, though, could delegate that to the staff at this point, and then if they find, after working through the staff and our consultants, that more replacement is necessary, they can come back. But I would suggest today we take a motion to approve addressing the issues at the facade, but with localized repair only. And right, or do you want to leave it open?
Well, I think if we were to take no action, it may be that they could reduce the scope of work and they could qualify for staff level review in the first place. And if not, then we could see them again.
Okay, right. So we'll take no action. If you sort of follow the comments that we've discussed today, you're ultimately going to be getting a staff level approval anyway. So there's probably no need to delegate this to the staff. We'll keep it open so that if you do have to come back with more information on larger scope of replacement, the application is still open and you can come back to us. All right. So we'll take no action. The staff will talk to you outside and we'll move to the next item.
All right, the next item is public hearing item number 8, LPC 19-21568, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1416, lot 43, 210 East 62nd Street in the Treadwell Farm Historic District. This is a row house designed by F.S. Barnes and built in 1870, in the 20th century. The application is to legalize and modify the design of the rooftop and rear yard additions and alterations to the rear facade in non-compliance with certificate of appropriateness 19-06723.
And Sarah, I have some introductory comments to make.
Okay, go ahead.
Because some of the commissioners were not here in 2016 when this matter was first heard, and because of the complex history of this project. So in 2016, the commission approved a visible rooftop addition, a 3-story full width rear yard addition that had no setback and projected 16 feet and 11 inches into the rear yard. There were also interior changes to the building, and at the time there was much opposition from the neighbors and community groups. Today, there also were front facade changes approved at that time. Today, the front facade is not before you because of a public notice issue, but the rooftop addition and the rear yard addition are before you. Work began pursuant to the C of A in 2017. Fairly quickly, it became apparent the work was not compliant. In particular, the rooftop addition was much more visible than was approved. The rear yard addition was not constructed. The rear facade was removed, and there was also interior work and interior excavation that was undertaken. The C of A for the work in 2016 has expired, and the same applicant and the same owner are here today before you with a proposal that is largely the same as what was approved in 2016. The most significant change is that the facade of the rear addition has been revised. And I should note that the rooftop addition that is before you today is proposed to have the identical visibility of what was approved in 2016 from the street, but that the non-visible portion of the rooftop addition is actually slightly smaller than what was approved in the C of A. This means the applicant will be actually demolishing the entire built rooftop addition and the roof because the roof was raised in non-compliance. In reviewing this project earlier this year, the staff discovered that there were a number of inaccuracies in the block plan that was shown to the commission in 2016. The inaccuracies concern the number and size of the rear yard additions. In 2016, 3 of the rear yard additions on the western half of this block has sort of an eastern portion and western portion because of a large building in the center of the block. So in 2016, 3 of the rear yard additions on the western half were inaccurate in terms of their massing, and 1 rear yard addition that was approved by the commission was not shown at all on the block plan. In particular, a 3-story rear yard addition at 218 East 62nd Street was shown as being 3 stories tall with no setbacks. In reality, the second floor was set back approximately 6 feet, and the third floor was set back slightly more. These are estimates. We don't have measured drawings on this. At 212 East 62nd Street, the commission approved a 3-story rear yard addition that was shown on the block plan in 2016 as being 12 feet deep for the first 2 floors and set back 6 feet on the 3rd floor. In fact, the 2nd and 3rd floors are both set back 6 feet. At 213 East 61st Street, the rear yard addition was shown as being 2 stories tall with no setbacks, when in fact the 2nd floor is a greenhouse that's set back on either side by approximately 3 feet. And finally, a commission-approved full-width 2-story rear yard addition at 215 East 61st Street that's 10 feet deep was left off the block plan entirely. Consequently, there were material inaccuracies in the block plan presented to the commission in 2016. There were 8 rear yard additions on the western half of this block and in 2016, and half of them were shown as being inaccurate. During the presentation, the architect will show a revised block plan that has been corrected. material.
Right, right. And just to conclude that, of course, our decision in 2016 was based on the representation of those other additions within the block, which we've since discovered were inaccurate.
On that, does that mean that the approval of the 2016 proposal is in fact not valid?
Well, it actually is expired at this point. So, so work began, the work that was undertaken was done in non-compliance with that approval. Subsequently, we issued violations and stop work orders and have been working to try to get the applicants back to resolve the issues. The site has been stalled for some time, and during that time, the permit expired altogether. So we are looking at this as a new application. And, but I would note that the rooftop addition was built in non-compliance in that it was much more visible than what was represented. And that's partially because the floor levels were adjusted in non-compliance with the permit. So the proposal today is seeking to correct that and to reduce the visibility and the size of the rooftop addition to bring it back in line with what was approved. And then there's a different design for the rear yard addition, but we will be looking at it all as a new application today.
That non-compliance irrelevant to our today's case.
I think that, I think we have to think about the rooftop and rear yard addition slightly differently.
Yeah.
The rooftop
Yes.
addition was approved based on its visibility. And so, so we will look at the visibility as it's being proposed today. And if it's identical to what was previously approved, that may be okay. You can certainly look at it within the larger context and take a second look at it since the permit is expired. But I think certainly the rear yard addition, which was approved based on the representation of the context, is something that we need to carefully revisit in this new application. Okay, so please go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to go ahead and start with just the general context of the building. This is a photograph montage showing the entire block. Our project is here. This is the 1940 tax photo showing as what the building looked like back then. This photo on the right is the pre-construction photo of the buildings. This is before any construction started. So as you can see, all of the historic details were stripped off and existing aluminum windows. This again is the pre-construction photograph. This is as it stands today.
Yeah.
And as Mr. Weiss mentioned, we will, in a separate application, propose to do a full restoration of the front facade with all the window surrounds and window configurations restored. These are elevations showing the pre-construction conditions. There was an elevator bulkhead at the time, which was removed. The drawing in the middle is basically what was presented at the public hearing back in 2016. And this is what we are proposing today on the right side. Some minor changes on the roof addition, but we can get into that. Future slides. So first part I want to talk about is the rear yard extension. Again, these are pre-construction photographs of what the building looked like from the back. Prior to my client owning this building, there was a bay window on the ground level that was removed. These are some context photos of the rear facade, and as well as a photo looking out from the project to the opposite side, the rear yard. This is a close-up photo of the pre-construction conditions, and as you can see, there is some brick cornice work here that we intend to fully restore along with the brick along this floor. And our intention is to align everything with the building to the west of us. These are more close-up photos. So we're not going to try to align with the east side because it seems that that is no longer based on historic conditions. So we're only going with the west. This is an as-built photograph showing the roof addition as it was built and the rear facade as it is. The intention here is we're going to totally remove this roof addition and as well as reposition the floor below. So there'll be 2 floors that we're going to reposition to make lower. This is the rear elevations, so pre-construction. These 2 in the middle are what was approved back in 2016. And the image to the right is what we're proposing now. So in terms of massing, we're not proposing a change from what was previously approved. What we are changing is just the design of the rear facade itself. We're now going with a much simpler design. Before, we had proposed a custom perforated shutter system with a glass wall behind. So we're kind of simplifying the design in that sense. It would just be an understated glass facade with zinc lot line walls. The 3rd floor of the rear facade, we're going to restore the brick back to what it was historically. The only change being we're going to lower these existing windows approximately 9 inches so that it will start to function as French doors instead of windows for this terrace. This diagram shows both the approved rear yard extension and then what we're proposing now. And basically in terms of just pure massing, we are not proposing any difference from what was previously approved. This is a diagram just basically showing some precedents of other buildings in the neighborhood that have built contemporary rear yard additions. So just a few examples. Philosophically speaking, we chose to go with a more modern look because we felt that trying to emulate something historic, I know this is somewhat subjective, but to emulate something historic doesn't feel authentic in a way for me personally. So we chose to emulate a more modern vocabulary for both the rear yard and the roof addition. This is just a rendering standing from the rear yard, just to show the materiality of what we're proposing in terms of zinc, in terms of the, we're proposing a PVDF coated aluminum frame windows. We have a sort of bronzed finish. And zinc on the lot line walls. And now the second component is the roof addition. And as Mr. Weiss mentioned earlier, there were some inconsistencies in the previous 2016 block diagram. Oops. This is the 2016 block diagram that was presented. Yeah, there were a few inaccuracies that we've corrected, but also taking into account there, you know, since 2016, there have been changes on the block. So we also try to reflect that in the new block diagram. So yeah, you can see the difference between the two. Oops. So one of the tools we have now that we didn't have in 2016 was access to three-dimensional aerial images. So we do have that now, and this has helped us you know, gain more accuracy in terms of the block diagram. So we wanted to throw that in there too. It's still difficult to see some of the extensions because of the trees, but at least for the roof additions, it was much, it was a very helpful tool. So we incorporated that. So this photo is the roof addition as it stands today. And what we did was we painted onto that surface an outline of our new proposed roof addition. And as you can see, there's a significant drop in the height, and I will explain why this has happened. Just a couple more images. There's a roof addition from the front, and this is that same image from the back. So this is the pre-construction diagram from the side. And this is the approved building, the profile as approved in 2016. And this is that same approved image and adjacent to the as-built conditions. And you can see there's a significant difference here. And as I mentioned before, the intention is to remove this roof addition and correct it. So now this is the as-built roof addition along with what we're now proposing. This is a section of what was originally approved. And this is where I'm going to get into explaining what happened. Basically, this is a diagram showing the as-built condition superimposed in red what was approved. And as you can see, the floor levels were not built correctly. That the first floor was like 4 inches higher, and the second floor was 10 inches higher than it should have been. And this has caused a sort of chain reaction of the floors getting higher and higher. And by the time we got to the roof addition, it was significantly higher than it should have been. So our proposal now is to remove not only the roof addition shown dashed, but to remove the fourth floor and third floor as well, and reposition them correctly to what was previously approved. And this is the next diagram. So this is what we're proposing now, superimposed with what was previously approved in red. And this detail just to show that that on the second floor, the way that this window is viewed from the street will not change, that you won't see some kind of odd step in front of the window or anything like that. This is the roof plan of pre-construction with the old elevator shaft. This was what was approved. This is what was built. And this is what we're now going back to. And the footprint is actually even a tad smaller than what was originally approved. And we're also modified the HVAC units to be these smaller type units. The other critical thing we want to retain from our original approval is to have that 3-foot setback from the rear facade to the rear of the roof addition. So that was an important thing that was not conformed to in the as-built. And so we have some photographs to show on these 3 vantage points. Vantage point A from 62nd Street and B and C from 3rd Avenue. So let me get into those. So this is vantage point A. So this was the rendering that was originally presented to the commission in 2016. This is the as-built along with that painted mock-up of what we're proposing. And this is the final rendering of what we're proposing for the roof addition. And a couple things to note, from the original 2016 presentation, the commission requested that we lower the roof addition 1 foot, which we did. And that was what was finally approved. And that is what we're going back to now in terms of that level. The other thing you might observe is that from 2016, a high rise was built, as you can see in the background here, which I think further sort of obscures the visibility of that the roof addition. And this is photos from view B. So this is the corner of 62nd and 3rd Avenue on the north side. And basically, this is what the as-built condition is and what the rendering what we're proposing. So again, a reduction in mass. And lastly, this is a view from the other corner, the south corner, 3rd Avenue, 62nd. And again, the as-built and the proposed rendering. And yeah, I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay, so you were the architect the first time around too?
Yes.
So what happened?
Well, there were some miscommunications. Technically, I was not informed of construction starting.
Really?
So I learned I learned that this was all going on from a staff member from LPC. So yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, but I think there were some other things going on. I don't know.
All right.
Hello, guys, thank you for your time. My name is Fuad Ali, and I'm here on behalf of ownership. To just say this point blank, there was poor judgment on the side of ownership, well, prior ownership. As of this year, I've effectively pretty much taken over the property. We left it in the care of a project manager at the time who foolishly decided to run wild with it. And assumed that whatever he would do would resonate with ownership in a positive light because he wanted to impress. And a couple of months in, and then it just a disaster. I've spent the last couple of years since COVID effectively after COVID, we reopened stuff. I spent the last couple of years correcting any structural problems, going over with the DOB, certifying any ECB violations. I know there's still a significant amount of violations on the property, and those violations don't actually represent if there's any immediate harm to the property or to the neighborhood as a whole, because they've all been complied with. As of now, I believe there's a handful of violations that are quote unquote not in compliance, but those are administrative and not anything that has to do with any physical work. So I mean, for whatever it's worth, we spent the last maybe close to 24 months really trying to bring this property back to life, and to put it back on track to where we hope the commissioners, the neighborhood as a whole could be proud of. But yeah, there's no sugarcoating it. I mean, that's what happened several years ago. And then since the project got stalled from several stop work orders, 3 out of the 4 stop work orders actually have been resolved with the DOB, and I've gotten them lifted. But I believe there's one that's still left, and that's just pretty much tied in with final sign-off from landmarks and whatnot. But that's pretty much what it is.
Thank you.
There's no going around it.
And when they took out the floors that they weren't supposed to take out, did that in any way destabilize the front facade?
Nothing. So we actually had a whole review with the Department of Buildings Structural Audit Department, and that audit lasted well over 12 months, if not 16. We've had, they did as a precaution mainly because they just had to do a structural audit. And these are more time consuming than I had anticipated. We actually also got an independent structural firm, aside from the structural engineer that was on the application, the project, I mean. And it's called the independent review, peer review. And that structural engineering firm helped work with the DOB to help, I don't want to say the word certify, but to help show that it's fine. And to correct anything that the DOB wanted corrected for future work to progress. So in essence, the structural plans I'm not sure on the technicality of it, if they were amended or if they're going to be amended, but plans have been resolved or worked on to help make sure that going forward, any structural work that does go on is in full compliance with the DOB to their extra precaution.
And the rear facade,
Yes.
the one that was removed, that was supposed to stay there on the top floor, right? That was supposed to be the old facade that you were holding on to, but it got removed as part of this cowboy adventure?
I'm sorry, you said it has to.
The top in the 2016 approval, the top floor of the existing townhouse structure was to remain, or was that to be reconstructed?
Well, I mean, the intention was that it remain, but I think.
Stuff happened.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but I'm just asking what the 2016 approval was for keeping the top floor brick and structure in place. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions?
I should just note, we also were concerned about the structural condition of the building. So we had old structures, the LPC structure engineer do a site visit along with Tim Lynch. And they felt that there were no structural issues at that time in terms of the front facade. But it has been a stalled construction site, as Sarah mentioned, for 7 years at this point.
And there are. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. To John's point regarding that's been stalled for several years. So the structural engineering firm that we have on the site has to periodically update the structural engineering audit department at the DOB. So they regularly provide them with reports on the structural stability of the property. One of which I believe was is in process of being completed or has been completed as within the last week or so. So, I mean, fingers crossed, we're still good there. in terms of
Okay.
structural stability.
All right. Okay, so I think, yes, Commissioner
In
Jefferson.
your drawing, the proposed rear elevation, are you keeping the top floor as is? As I see in your drawing?
Well, it's
Excuse
gone
me?
now, so they're gonna recreate,
But if we redo it.
right? They're
right
gonna
way. Okay.
attempt to match what was previously there, the historic condition. All right, if there are no other questions, we'll move to public testimony. We will start with everyone in the room and then we'll see if we have any remote participants. So, I have a number of sign-in sheets, so I'll start there. And if anyone is here who wishes to speak who hasn't filled out a sign-in sheet, we'll get to you at the end. And so we're going to start with James Solomon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is James Solomon. Our family lives at 212 East 62nd Street, next door to 210. We wish to thank LPC for devoting nearly a decade of time and attention to this matter. Our home is among 5 in a row Italianate-style intact row houses, which share common architectural features and consistent cornice lines on front and back. All were built in 1870 by the same builders and architectural firm, and all back up to the gardens of similar row houses on East 61st Street within Treadwell Farm. These back-to-back gardens are full of mature trees and plantings and are an important part of the historic character of the Treadwell Farm Historic District. In 2016, the preservation architect David Atchison updated our home consistent with the standards and requirements of the Landmarks Law. Mr. Atchison's memo, which you've received, addresses his design approach, including his focus on appropriate scale, floor heights, fenestration, materials, and green space preservation. Our application received LPC's unanimous approval and work was completed in 2018. In contrast, also in 2016, despite significant community opposition, our neighbor was granted approval for an oversized and non-contextual rear yard and rooftop addition. We've long believed this approval was granted in error and recently learned the applicant had in fact misrepresented the size and appearance of other rear yard additions in its submitted block plan. Notwithstanding LPC's generous and controversial approval in 2017, our neighbor then proceeded to disregard the landmarks law, the building code, and our historic community by illegally and dangerously excavating its basement and underpinning without notice or permission. They overbuilt an enormous rooftop addition that far exceeded the approved design that also crossed over both of his neighbors' property lines. Stop work orders were issued and remain, and we've collectively been left with a filthy, vermin-ridden open construction site for more than 7 years. This new application, while different in design, still proposes an entirely inappropriate height and bulk, which overwhelm the Treadwell Farm donut and create a severe and unwelcome intrusion in the green space. The fact that this proposal comes from an owner who has demonstrated a pattern of bad acts with other properties around New York City makes it even more problematic. Our written submission, which you've received, documents 9 points of concern regarding 210's new application. Clearly, this application is inappropriate and harmful to the historic district. We urge you to reject this application as currently proposed with the goal of facilitating an appropriate redesign that will both meet LPC guidelines and ensure the house is quickly brought up to a safe and habitable condition. And in closing, we urge LPC to look to its own rules for rear yard additions, as well as to other approved additions within the Treadwell Farm Historic District, such as ours, to find relevant precedents for a revised proposal. The renderings we have prepared illustrate how a setback rear yard addition that reflects the dimensions of 212 East 62nd Street would be appropriate and contextual and could allow 210 to be restored successfully. Thank you once again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Vanita Solomon.
My name is Benita Solomon. Our family lives at 212 East 62nd Street. Since the commission cannot tour Treadwell Farm in person, we worked with an architect to illustrate the true impact of 210's proposed master additions. You can see on page 1, 210 before this applicant began construction. As mentioned, 208 to 216 were all built by the same architect in 1870. On page 2, you can see the before and after. 210's additions are shown in orange for ease of reference. If 210's proposal were built, it would be unprecedented in federal law. The rear and roof additions would overwhelm the original building and its neighbors, and would compromise the historic scale and fenestration patterns of the row houses. The solid parapet walls along the side of 210's rear addition add 3 feet 6 inches to its height. You can barely see 208 to its left. On page 3, the bottom image shows 210 will raise its cornice 14 inches above both of its neighbors. On page 4, not only has 210 been gutted, but 210's misrepresentations make its actual plan impossible to discern. In its LPC submission, 210 misrepresents that its rear cornice will be the same as 208's. In fact, 208's rear cornice matches 212's. They are 14 inches lower than what 210 is proposing. The bottom picture taken in 2012 proves this. On page 5, in its LPC submission, 210 has also misrepresented floor heights. They have labeled their 2017 proposed heights as pre-construction, as if they are the original floor heights. They are not. In reality, 210 proposes raising its floor heights more than a foot on multiple. On page 6, this image of the Treadwell Farm donut illustrates the inappropriateness of the proposed addition. You see other additions, but 210's are practically the size of a house. Page 7. These two views from 208's perspective show how 210's extension will effectively foreshorten the historic green space. In the bottom of the image, the right wall is the apartment building, and the left wall would be 210's extension. That apartment building is not part of Treadwell Farm. Page 8 shows what 210's addition would look like dimensionally if it matched 212's LPC approved rear extension. The Treadwell Farm Committee favors a rear yard addition at this site that does not exceed the LPC approved height and volume at 212. With this in mind, finally, on page 9, look at the image on the bottom right. Even if LPC requires 210 to match its neighbor's depth and setbacks, the extension will still be taller on the second floor, third floor, and rear cornice. Therefore, we urge LPC to address 210's non-contextual raised floor heights as well as the depth of each floor on the rear extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora Martins. Oh, okay. Duncan Sheik.
Hi, my name is Duncan Sheik. I'm at 208 East 62nd, West Side. So I don't want to revisit what Jim and Benita already discussed. I would just say, well, I don't feel overly concerned about the rooftop addition were it to be made more discreet and to conform to LPC standards. The rear addition is an entirely different ballgame, especially for myself and my family. You've seen the dimensions ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go through it, but my residence is already walled in on the west side by the sort of large apartment building we abut. And were 210 to build out to the extent they propose, we'd be impacted in important ways. To begin with, our residents would be extremely compromised with regard to air and light and connectedness to the rest of the green space. And to make this more vivid, the direct sunlight we do get is in the morning from the east. We lose it in the early afternoon, depending on the season. If the rear extension were to be built out as far as proposed, I'm not sure we'd see much direct sunlight at all. So we have a very small second floor balcony that will be completely encased in walls. That feels inconsistent with the directive of LPC's mandate. We also have 2 very mature trees in our garden that are sort of fundamental to the character of the outdoor space. Were the build out of 210 to go forward in its current form, I doubt the east side tree would survive. The whole situation would get very lopsided. And you know, the double entendre is very much intended. I wouldn't be opposed to a step back addition along the lines of 212, as that addition is aesthetically in line with the rest of the neighborhood and not an imposition on any neighbors. I appreciate the use of more modern materials, I really do, within the context of older buildings, but where that is contextually appropriate. And that being said, this proposal within the context of Treadwell Farm it's not appropriate. There's enough noise and light pollution in this relatively quiet and calm neighborhood as it stands. I doubt anyone wants a big light box with reflective metal cladding to add to the fray. There has been a basic lack of care shown towards the building itself, and that disregard continues to affect all of us as neighbors. So that in and of itself, you know, is concerning with regard to the future of what might happen during such a major construction project, not to mention after. So in summary, I do not feel like this is the right place for such a building, much as I might like it. And I respectfully ask LPC to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Celeste Manis.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Celeste Manis. I live across the street from this building. I just want to mention I'm on the board of Treadwell Farm, and I appreciate our beautiful historical neighborhood. And from what I'm hearing from my neighbors and seeing what has gone across the street, it has become a derelict building, and knowing what they're trying to propose, I don't think is in line with what our neighborhood needs at this time. And in particular, I do want to mention that there is lots of trash. There's people that urinate outside the building, and it's been left unkept for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Coates.
Hi, I'm Joanne Coates. I live in 211 East 61st. I'm also a board member of Treadwell Farm Historical District. The rear extension will completely devour the gardens, and as I think drawings that Benita gave you, and will affect all our adjacent gardens. We look onto the back of 210, and again to reiterate what Duncan said, if this happens, it will just be a giant light box. It's not.
Thank you. Julianne Bertagna.
I'm Julianne Bertagna, president of Treadwell Farm Historic District. We were the first district on the Upper East Side that was landmarked by the commission, and we are the 8th district in New York City that was brought into place just after the 1965 law was put into place. LPC has received more than 35 letters from our residents, elected officials, including Jerry Nadler, Liz Kruger, Mark Levine, Julie Menon, and Keith Powers, as well as neighborhood and preservation groups in opposition to 210 East 62nd Street. It's a new application. I personally drove 5.5 hours to be here today. My family is on vacation in Lake Placid. To come in person, because this testifying has to be as strong as possible. This is very important to our district. For nearly a decade, 210 East 62nd Street has wrought havoc to our neighborhood and our community. In the 28 years I have personally lived in this district, no property owner has ever acted with greater disregard to our historic district and our residents. 210's proposed rear yard addition, as we've all heard, is more massive than any rear yard addition since Treadwell Farm Historic District has been designated. In fact, it's 135% larger, rising a full 3 stories, 16 feet deep and 11 inches in depth. 16 feet, 11 inches in depth, sorry. There are 3 homes that have what one might term, and the architect showed some plans of this when we had overview, that these rooftop additions could be considered significant. All 3 of these homes, for everyone's background, were in existence before 1940s, well before the designation in 1967. Those homes in particular are 218, 220, 242 in the drawing that you saw. Turtle Farm is not opposed to rear yard additions or rooftop additions, but these should be contextual and appropriate. We strongly believe the only appropriate rear yard addition for 210 East 62nd is one that would be stepped back like most of the other homes and would not exceed the volume and height of the adjacent 212 East 62nd, which sits only 12 feet in depth on the ground floor and a step back 6 feet on the next 2 floors. Since 2017, there have been 4 other single-family homes on 62nd Street with extensive, almost full gut renovations, namely 212, 222, 228, and most recently 226. All of these homes follow LPC rules, were completed in a timely manner, and homeowners moved into lovely, well-preserved homes. The massive encroachment proposed here into the common space proposed by 210 rear yard addition would have systematic negative impact long into the future. Currently, the form of the donut is intact, a rare gem in New York City. We respectfully request that LPC consider the long-term interests of our community, its historic integrity, and reject this application outright.
Thank you. Valerie Mason.
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Valerie Mason, and I'm the Chair of Community Board 8. I'm happy that this is my first appearance here, but unfortunately I was hoping my first appearance would be to request an approval, and I'm here to request a disapproval. You are in receipt of my board's unanimous 36-0 resolution disapproving this applicant's application. This is a derelict building. We believe that this project, and I think you agree, I think we heard you agree, should be viewed on its merits and not in relation to the original certificate of appropriateness. But unfortunately, like the original proposal, the proposed rear yard extension cuts off the view of the donut from the house to the west. The extension would also intrude on the donut to the detriment of the visual compatibility of the neighboring houses and to the overall integrity of the rear yard configurations. The proposed mass is disproportionate to the house and to the extensions of the other houses approved within the historic district. We believe that the rooftop will still be visible from 3rd Avenue, and the mass of the rooftop addition has no architectural relationship to the house. And while the rear yard extension and the rooftop addition will not be visible from the street, they are destructive of the architectural integrity of the home and the scale of the donut. The shortcomings of this proposal speak for themselves. When this proposal was introduced by Mr. Weiss, he talked over and over again about misrepresentation and inaccuracy. I have been on the community board since 2017, and I have heard from the applicant many times. And that has been the consistent story of this process. And while everybody talked about what was approved, what was actually built was different. And I think the community and our community board have no faith that this project can be completed with any good faith, that whatever is or could be approved here will actually be built as approved. So we unanimously believe that the proposed restoration and enlargement of 210 is not contextual or appropriate with the historic district, and urge the commission to disapprove this application as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nuha Ansari.
Honorable Commissioner, my name is Nuhan Ansari, and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. When this project was presented in 2016, commissioners expressed dismay about the excessive massing, which appeared to, quote, swallow the building. Even so, an incongruous and out-of-scale addition was eventually approved. In the 8 years since, the landmarks law has been completely disregarded by the applicant, who built an even taller and bulkier addition than the approval allowed, illegally excavating the building and demolished significant historic detail. The building has been an open shell for the past 7 years, accelerating its deterioration. While the proposed restoration of the front facade is welcome, the overall plan remains incongruent with the character of the Treadwell Farm Historic District. Our Preservation Committee acknowledges the reduced visibility of the proposed rooftop, but we firmly believe that no rooftop addition is appropriate here. This building is part of a row of 5 that share a uniform cornice line. Any element disrupting this, front or back, detracts from the historic district's architectural significance, which derives from this uniformity. The proposed rear addition is far too tall and bulky, in addition to being full width, which makes its impact even greater. Only one neighboring building has a comparable rear addition, and that likely predates the district's designation. The other buildings on this row have only modest changes to their rear facades. Friends Preservation Committee believes that the depth of infringements here warrants stringent conditions for this new application. Regardless of which course of action the Commission decides, we believe that any approval of a rooftop or rear yard extension must be preceded by the following: complete restoration of the front facade, restoration of the interior floor heights to original levels, the restoration of the roof height to its original conditions, and the restoration of the rear cornice line and historic corbelling. This would go some way to restoring trust with the Commission and with the Treadwell Farm community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, is it Prabhu?
Good afternoon. I'm Jean Prabhu of the Iron Hills Civic Association in Staten Island. Thank you for permitting me to speak. I agree with the position taken by the previous public speakers, but I want to make a note. Our community has been subjected to similar property and neighborhood abuse by the same owner. The property in Staten Island, which has been previously abused and the subject of litigation for almost 20 years, is 64 Anfield Court. It is currently in violation. It's currently a huge behemoth of cement and steel with graffiti over it, where kids go to use drugs and drink, and where vermin are running rampant. I respectfully direct your attention to City of New York versus 64 Anfield Court, 1035 of 2014. That's the index number. I attached a copy of it. The owner of that property and 210 East 62nd Street has now acquired the Ernest Flagg estate. It's the landmark estate of preeminent New York architect Ernest Flagg. And we expect this owner will be back before this commission. At least we hope he'll be back before this commission, before there's any alteration. I will be here too, to advocate for my community and for the Ernest Flagg estate. I only hope that the estate will not be degraded as what has happened on 62nd Street and Anfield Court before we can get to you. I thank you very much for listening to me, even though I'm from Staten Island and not 62nd Street. And I ask you to do whatever you can to enforce the determination of this commission. And thank you again for hearing me.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this item? All right, not seeing any hands, I'm going to turn it over to Gregory Kala to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a few remote participants with their hands raised. The first we'll be hearing from is John Graham from the Victorian Society, New York. John Grimm, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society, New York. Because of the unusual history of this building, we ask the Commission to limit all changes approved today to work which will bring the building into a sound condition, protect the stability of the adjacent buildings, and restore the street facade. Only after those steps are taken should the Commission agree to review additional changes to the building. This is a perfectly tenable position because the owner has an obligation under the law to properly maintain the building, and LPC has the ability to enforce that requirement. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is a strong advocate for buildings at risk of demolition and neglect, and 210 East 62nd Street is one such building. The owner has gutted and purposely overbuilt this property, damaging several neighboring properties in the process. These applicants have allowed this building to languish in extreme neglect and disrepair for years. Regarding the current proposal, HDC agrees with the Treadwell Farm Historic District Association that the design as proposed is inappropriately disruptive of the donut, and we do not support the application. However, we appreciate and endorse Friends of the Upper East Side's recommendation that the applicants apply for permits for this project in 2 stages. First, they should apply to restore the front facade. Once that has been completed in accordance with permits, the applicants may return to the Commission with a proposal for a more modest rear yard and rooftop addition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lo Vandervalk from Carnegie Hill Neighbors. Lo Vandervalk, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Lo Vandervalk, and I am speaking on behalf of Carnegie Hill Neighbors. We strongly oppose the newly proposed rooftop and rear yard additions for 210 East 62nd Street as excessive and out of context in relation to the existing row houses that border the rear donut space, as noted in the recent letter to the Commission by the Treadwell Farm Historic District Association. We note as particularly objectionable the massive 3-story rear addition that also forms a sheer 3-story wall facing the rear yard without setback except at the top floor. It penetrates into the rear yard well beyond its neighbor at 212, which has 2 setbacks and similar additions that have been approved by the Commission in recent years. We also note that the surface and materials used for the rear-facing facade are modern and out of context and will call attention to the addition. We think there is a strong support for such objections found in the Treadwell Farms Historic District Designation Report of 1967, where in its findings section, the LPC stresses 1, the quality and uniformity of its architecture, and 2, notes that through covenants and restrictions and an active property owners association, it has retained much of its original character. We note these are the only 2 findings, not just 2 from a long list of findings. It is therefore fitting that Treadwell Farm Historic District Association today urges the Commission to require that the alterations proposed by the current owner for 210 should conform as closely as possible to the original architecture, massing, and materials of the existing row houses, and respect the style and massing of the 4 most recent alterations, all approved by the LPC, so as to enhance the uniformity of architecture noted by the commission in the above-mentioned findings of the designation report. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any additional hands raised. If you would like to speak on this item, please click the raise hand button now. Okay, I do not see any hands raised. So I will note for the record that we also received additional written testimony. One being a joint letter from elected officials, Councilmember Julie Menon, U.S. Representative Gerald Nadler, Councilmember Keith Powers, New York State Senator Liz Kruger, and Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. We also received letters recommending denial from East 60 Neighborhood Association, New York Landmarks Conservancy, as well as 23 other individuals. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you very much. All right, would you like to add anything at this point? And would you like to address any of the comments? I think it would be helpful, I think, to address some of the discrepancies that were outlined in the testimony. And in particular, I have a question about the top floor, because I think you said in your presentation that the top floor of 208 and 212 didn't align, but it looks like they do align. And so I just am trying to understand whether you have accurate information on the heights of those.
Sure. So we know for sure that 208 has not been touched. It is historically as it was built. So we want to make sure that we are aligned with 208. 212, from my understanding, there was restoration done to the back, and my understanding is that the pre-construction photo, which I think it's here, show that it was not historic. That it looks like there was alterations done. And our discrepancy that, we measured 14-inch difference was based on what is there now, not the pre-construction conditions. So this is how we arrived at the discrepancy. But regardless of the discrepancy, our goal is to just align with 208 because we don't know what was going on with 212.
Commissioners, do we have any other final questions? Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
Why can't you not align with 210, 212?
He also asked about aligning with 212 and what if it was said in the testimony that 208 and 212 are the same height. And so why wouldn't you be aligning with them?
To our knowledge, 212 and 208 are not the same height. So we align with 208.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. I think we need to move to our discussion. I want to thank everyone who came and spoke today. I know this has been a long journey for many of you, and we've been shared some of that experience with you. So I do appreciate your experience over these past years and your efforts to be here today to talk to us. So let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're going to begin our discussion now. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to kind of sum up. I think we understand the issues thanks to John's introduction. So Commissioner Goldblum, would you start this one?
Sure. What a lousy situation. I think that normally one tries not to take into account extenuating circumstances, and it's more challenging on this perhaps than on any project I can recall. The person from Staten Island, her comments need to be substantiated, but if there's any basis to them, then I don't know how mechanisms can deal with that, but that's kind of beyond my scope here. I think that in general, the analysis of many of the people who spoke from the neighborhood was correct. The rear yard addition should extend no further than its neighbor. Its side walls should not extend higher than its neighbor. The rooftop addition has this section that goes from 9 to 11 feet above the roof. Given the visibility issues, I see no reason for permitting that kind of excessive visibility. I think that the roof of the rooftop addition should be kept as low as possible. And if that means that we have to do a railing around it like we often do, then so be it. But I think that it is, you know, the angle of the proposed rooftop addition enhances its visibility. So I think that it's kind of a non-starter. I think that the loss of the material of the top floor at the rear is really unconscionable, and every effort should be made to use historically appropriate brick to restore it with in a careful, sensitive manner. I think that the rear yard, the top floor windows should be preserved, with the exception of one window made into a door, as is our typical practice. I'm looking at the block plan, and I really see a lack of the kind of rear yard plus rooftop additions in what was probably approved by the LPC. And we do have a stretch of relatively unencumbered roofs in a row here. I think that the rooftop addition should be set back further. If it's going to be visible, I think that the visibility is should be minimized in terms of height, but I think the proximity of the rear of the rooftop addition to the rear facade is kind of troubling to me. And I think that if it were able to be set back further, I think that I personally would accept the increased visibility from the street for the balance that it would bring to the donut. I think that the materials, the metallic materials, are questionable to me. I think we normally do take great give great latitude to rear yard additions, but I think that the metal might be in this context a little glaring. Looking at the rear yard shots, it doesn't look like it's the right thing for the sides. I think for the middle it's okay, but I think that the bordering, those wing walls, not party walls, those end walls should be reconsidered. I mean, brick is the kind of obvious choice there. I think in general, a much more conciliatory vibe ought to be emerging from this project because of its history. One last thing, I think that the removal of the floors is deeply troubling to me, because it goes to a principle that I think should value very highly, which is that it's not just about the facades. These buildings have an integrity as structures with floors and walls and the whole, three-dimensional suite that is worth preserving when possible. So I personally have difficulty with the replacement of, I think it's the third floor where it gets to be at the sill height. That's peculiar. I can imagine someone standing on the street and seeing somebody's shoes when they look in the window there. I think that's an unusual condition. And I mean, we have in the past allowed that kind of thing. I think mostly in schools is where I recall it, but for a single family house, I don't remember doing that too often on upper floors. So I personally would suggest that the floor in that place, at least at the front facade, go back to its historic location relative to the sill. And in terms of, comments that were made about requiring this to be done before that, I don't think that's really relevant for this setting. I think that's something that John can work on with this applicant. Sounds like they've got enough legal problems as it is.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bland.
Well, Michael Goldblum just stated it very well, I think. The rear yard addition should mimic 212 in massing. The the architecture should be completely rethought. It's not only way too glassy, it's bizarre. And I think again, the contextualization of the neighbor with the neighbor may be a way to approach this. I don't think that the rooftop addition is too inappropriate the way it is. I think it should be maybe a little less visible, but I do think it's now seen with the backdrop of other buildings, some of which, at least one of which has been built recently. So it makes it, to me, not too egregious, but it could be lowered. But I think Michael said it right from the beginning. It's hard to disassociate this slimy history with trying not to be punitive now. But I think we are trying, and I think I have tried, and that's what I think should be done.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Chapin.
Well, I agree that it should not extend further than its neighbors in the back and the rear. I think I think that the rooftop in general, which was approved previously, be as low as possible, but otherwise I could go along with that. But I do think, and I also agree with just dropping one window on the upper story. I think that it needs to have perhaps more brick, but in general, it just is not really contextual at all with the rest of its neighbors. And while we allow a lot of latitude, we usually expect something to fit in a general fashion, to the block. And this just doesn't do it. I don't want to comment on the original because I don't understand that approval particularly either, but I do find that, this is a very messy situation, as others are commenting, but I think we need to move forward here. One of the problems is that this has been sitting vacant and, causing sort of a neighborhood nuisance. And so a solution needs to be found to move forward. But I don't think this is it. It really needs to be much more contextual than it currently is.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, and I think this is I agree with all the comments from the fellow commissioners that this is a untenable situation and is really disrespectful and not only destructive to the neighborhood. And I think that what is currently proposed is totally not acceptable. And I think that we should really try to minimize and at the same time move it forward so that this can be repaired. I think that what Michael and Vice Chair have said is correct, that at the minimum issues match the 212. And I would like to see what the rest of the commissioner want to do with the rooftop. But no, this is not right.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
Not going to spend too much time on this because I think my fellow applicants have really laid it out very clearly. I do want to say I think the rooftop should come down. I agree with everything else. I think this whole thing is unfortunate, disappointing, but I think the applicant should use this as an opportunity to take a fresh look at this project and come back to us with something that makes sense. And, we're very open-minded. And I think if there's if the applicant is thoughtful and thinks about the context around the building and some of the important things to consider from an architectural standpoint, you don't have to be slavish, but you have to, you know, think of what's around you and think of what makes sense. Then I think there could be an exciting chance to move forward here.
All right, Commissioner Chu.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners. I think that the first thing when I look at this application and you know, look at the designation of the quality and the uniformity of the architecture, I don't see it anymore. It's completely gone. And I think we would all like to see some of that back. Unfortunately, the rear facade was completely removed. Of course, we would have preferred the original fabric on that top floor. So when we talk about the windowsill, we're talking about recreating it now and not building all of them low. That being said, I would like to see a base of the mass of the building back to its original form so that its additions are even recognizable as additions to the original mass. The masses that are added to that, I think particularly from the rear, I think Michael mentioned this. I also have a problem with, even if we push back, which I would agree with my fellow commissioners that the addition should not extend further than 212 or 212, partly because of the unique location here and the way that a deep addition completely shoulders out 208. I find that very, you know, cutting them out of the donut and the green space, which is, it would be against the intent here, preserving that sense and quality. So I would approve an addition that was extended as far back as 212. In terms of the rooftop, I still feel like it's big. The roof comes down to be level with 208. I think that's already an improvement. And if the addition is pushed back, the historic rear of the top floor is retained to keep that rear facade wall line, I think is a first step. I would also encourage pushing that addition or cutting off a piece of it, because it's almost pinching out everything that was historic there. I don't even see it anymore. And the height, if we can lower it as well, then I would consider the addition. But with everything now, it feels like it's just overscaled.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that the rear yard addition should align to 212. And I think that the rooftop addition should be lowered. And as the commissioner from Staten Island, I have to echo what Jean Prebu said, that if it's true that it is the same owner, Anfield Court is about a block from where I live, and it's an abandoned house, and it's very dangerous. Teenagers go there, and I'm just waiting for somebody to get hurt. It's been like that for over a decade, and that situation has to be resolved. And my understanding is that the same owner did purchase Ernest Flagg, which is another individual landmark. So I would encourage the applicant, if it is the same applicant, to be respectful of landmark regulations and to get permission before they do any construction work. And please especially be respectful of the Ernest Flagg mansion, which is such a jewel on Staten Island.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. So, Commissioner Jefferson. Okay.
Well, I was just going to echo everybody else, but I would just add that it's time to become a good neighbor. After 10 years is a long time to be battling.
Absolutely. All right. So I think that given all of the information we have today, that the commission is not going to find either the rooftop addition or the rear yard addition appropriate, given the kind of cumulative scale and mass relationship to the building, as well as the neighboring buildings in the rear yard context. And so the commissioners have given you pretty specific direction. So we'll take no action today. We want you to come back quickly with a revised proposal that responds and reflects the discussion today. We don't want you to wait on this any further. This has been a long journey, and I think, as Commissioner Jefferson said, it's a time to be a good neighbor and a good steward of your landmark building. So we won't take an action today. We are not approving it as presented. Please come back with a revised proposal as quickly as you can so we can find a solution here to move forward. All right, thank you. All right, and commissioners, we're going to try to do one more item, and then we'll read a couple of items into the record. We'll read them in first, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do the reading into the record now. That's LPC 24-08557, 119 Fifth Avenue in the Ladies Mile Historic District. This is to be read into the record and presented at a future public hearing date. And also LPC 24-08332, 48 Willow Place in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Reading that into the record to be presented at a future public hearing date. And we'll proceed to public hearing item number 9, LPC 24-10084, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 847, Lot 62, 115 Fifth Avenue, aka 881 to 887 Broadway in the Ladies Mile Historic District, a second Empire-style department store building designed by Griffith Thomas and built in 1868 to 76. The application is to install signage and a flagpole and install interior partitions and digital screens.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for entertaining this last project. My name is Michael Doyle from Madison Doyle Partners, and my associate Liam Houlihan has worked closely with, we've been working with Leanne and Caroline on this project. We're representing Aritzia, which we've been here twice before. That's a group Vancouver-based apparel company that's taken over 120,000 square feet of landmark properties in New York, in the retail areas on Fifth Avenue and 560 in Broadway. So we're at 608, we're right now at 115 today, and we had appeared with you on 560. I just wanted to point out that before we dive into this, that the Aritzia has not held back on any of the restorative work that we've been dealing with with the staff. And I think we've moved a lot of that forward, and we're down to basically 4 or 5 issues that we're going to try to succinctly present today. No. And I'll ask Liam to join me on this as we go along. This is the standard location map. It's a building that's through block. It goes all the way from Fifth Avenue to Broadway, as you can see. And on the other side is Crate and Barrel. And on this side is the proposed Aritzia. Continue. Am I going along? There. This is the tax photo and the designation photo, and they're really good to look at because our office was around the corner for this for 20 years, and we watched a lot of work. So that before we're here today, there were multiple, since the district was incorporated as a district. There's been many LPC actions on the building towards the restoration of it. So that's part of the deal here. It's a current photo, the existing corner on 19th and 5th Avenue. The 5th Avenue photo. Again, this is the existing storefront on the corner. Is a long stretch along 19th Street. And basically what we're going to be discussing would be the signage, flag issue, the exterior window film, which is actually a staff level thing. We can go through that pretty quickly. An interior partition that's existing that we want to incorporate. And then the LED screen signage,
which we hope we're going to discuss more as a display, like a vitrine kind of setup. Liam, why don't you join me with this? You can talk to them.
Okay. So here you can see on the corner right now, we have the existing exterior, and then below is what we are proposing, and you can see the flag, the signage, and the LED screens that are being shown that we're proposing. On this slide here, which is the front face of the Fifth Ave elevation, as well as the 19th Street elevation, so you can get a better understanding of how it will look. So first off, we want to start off with, we're proposing a sign on the Fifth Ave, over the Fifth Ave entrance that will be internally illuminated and will sit proud on the face of the exterior facade that will go over both the doors.
With one connection.
With one connection into the facade side.
That was carefully worked out with staff.
And here, as you can see, these are actually about a block away. These are two examples of internally lit signs currently in the Ladies Mile. So the next signage that we're proposing that will be on every other window bay. So on the Fifth Ave facade, there will be 3 instances. And on the 19th Street elevation, there will be 1 instance of this signage that has been approved previously at 5-6 feet as well as 608. It will be laminated right up to the glass. And for the final signage that we are proposing, it will be on the 19th Street facade that will stand above the ADA accessible entrance and will be mounted into the sides of the window.
We've been really trying to minimize any penetration into the existing fabric.
And I should mention that we are having there'll be a raceway behind this, also to hide for the internal lit, to hide the wires that will be going. Next, one of the things that has been requested actually by the owner of the building is he wants to keep with the same fabric of the American flag. As if you go up and down, Ladies Mile, Fifth Ave, there are American flag almost everywhere. And you like to keep that.
We know you don't regulate the content of the flags, but that was the particular task.
Sorry. And so so they're requesting to add another flag pole on the corner of the 19th Street and Fifth Ave facade. Additionally, we'd like to mention that currently right now, there is an entrance on that right over that corner. So if the facade was ever to be changed back to what it originally is, this would stay with the program itself. And then here are just 3 examples of the surrounding areas. We did a site walkthrough that show flags above entrances, as well as multiple flags per building and storefront. So additionally, we are proposing a curtain wall system that will sit back roughly 7 feet, 7 inches from the exterior glass facade. Yep.
This gets a little complicated like this, but.
So as you see here, this distance, full distance is 7 feet, 7 inches, 3/4. And this wall here is an existing wall. There will be a brass tint to this. However, you can see in the render here that is completely see-through. And here is an exterior picture showing that you could see in through and through the facade, through the curtain wall itself still. And lastly, or not last to say, but additionally, as Mick mentioned before, this will be as a staff level, is a window film that in the back left window bay that will be covering a janitor's closet or back house space.
And the biggest issue we're here today was the LED screens, which a lot of rules have been written by landmarks. We surveyed a lot of the use of the LED screens for our presentation on 608 Fifth Avenue, which was an individual landmark, but also this in the district and also in 560. it's the way retail is going, and the Aritzia has been sort of adamant with us to make the presentation that incorporates it, trying to be respectful. We're not going to rat out other projects, but, it's rampant, but the use of the LED screens all over the city. What we're trying to do is to use the LED screen here, which will be a backdrop, and it'll be fixed. It won't be a moving image. It will be a static image, more like the background to the display area of mannequins and changing the display of the clothes.
So as you can see here, the proposed fit out side, there'll be one window bay will have the LED screen, and then on the 19th Street side, there'll be 2 window bays that will have these windows, LED screens or display bases. Here's just 2 blown up plans that we wanted to show that the LED screens will sit back to roughly 2 feet 8 inches, allowing for this display case feel that will have mannequins and changings of different styles throughout the seasons based off their clothing.
Functioning like a storefront, it won't have the screens at against.
And here is a section that shows how far that these LED screens will be setting back and how there will be enough space in between for this. And here is the final corner render as you saw previously of all of those items.
And again, as we've said before when we were here, we're representing the design crew, which is based in Vancouver, and the ownership it feels pretty strongly that they would like to go in this direction, and they've asked us to make that plea to respectfully this bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, commissioners?
Just one.
Yes, Commissioner Jefferson, followed by Commissioner Chen.
Oh,
You go ahead.
all your screens are on the corners?
Excuse me?
You're always at the corner of the building,
Yes, they'll be at the corner of 19th. Will be the exact.
on all 3 corners or 2 corners?
They'll be on the 19th Street side and on the 5th Ave side. So 1 screen on the 5th Ave and then 2 screens on the 19th.
On the corner.
Thank you.
On the corner.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Chen.
As it relate to the flag, you show some examples before on the 19th Street side. Were there other examples of flags on the entrances?
So currently, actually, on the Broadway side of the building, the Crate and Barrel store has 2 flags, one over the front of their entrance on the Broadway side, as well as on the entrance of their 19th Street, which is their ADA accessible entrance, as well as the H&M store on 18th Street.
Can I make just a quick comment
Yes.
about that? This was originally the Arnold Constant store. And I hate to admit it, but I actually remember Arnold Constant in New York. Don't put that in the record, but it really is what Ladies Mile is all about. This was a big retail frontage.
Right. Thank you. And Leanne, just a question for you on the flagpoles. They showed examples of other large buildings on Fifth Avenue that have more than one flagpole on the facade. Do we know if any of those were commission approved?
I think some of them have been there since designation. For example, the existing flagpole on this facade for the Aritzia, that has been here since designation. At the Crate and Barrel store, I think one of those flagpoles was a commission approval. And then at the H&M store, which is a different building, there was some like moving around of the flagpoles. And I think there was a net increase of one additional flagpole at that kind of full building that was also commission approved.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Commissioner Lutfi?
I just think it's in here, but I just want to clarify the sign on, sorry. I think it's on Fifth Avenue. The sign, how big are those letters?
Those letters are about 2 feet 2 inches tall, and the sign stretches about 11 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move to public testimony, and I'll note that there's no one in the room to testify, so I'll turn it over to Gregory to see if we have any remote participants.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have a couple of hands raised in our attendees list. The first we'll be hearing from is John Graham from the Victorian Society of New York. John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. This application includes what are essentially two components. The first consists of signage, including flagpoles, vinyl signs on display windows, and illuminated signs above the main entrances on Fifth Avenue and on East 19th Street. We are troubled by the proposal to push the American flag to a secondary position on the facade and add a new flagpole for Aritzia in the primary location. We saw a similar proposal by the same company earlier this year at the Goulet Building on Fifth Avenue. Of all streets, Fifth Avenue is the one that has historically been most often characterized as a celebratory civic space. The areas over the sidewalks are, in fact, public spaces. The street has traditionally been lined with American flags, as immortalized in the paintings of Childe Hassam. We urge that proprietary advertising signs not be approved for Fifth Avenue, period. Regarding other signs, we support the vinyl signage, which appears modestly scaled and easily reversible. But we question the design and installation of the two internally illuminated signs above the main entrances. The applicant is proposing 2 foot 2 inch tall individual letters on the Fifth Avenue sign and 1 foot 1 inch tall letters on the 19th Street sign. We believe the smaller size is appropriate in both locations and would help unify these facades. We also note a more serious problem with the proposed supports for the sign facing Fifth Avenue. The installation detail on drawing 11 is for a sign which is to be attached to a concrete wall. The designation report states that the Fifth Avenue facade is cast iron. This must be corrected. The proposal also calls for the installation of interior partitions and digital screens. We don't actually understand why the proposed interior partitions are under review. In the late 19th century, when Arnold Constable built and occupied this building, department stores often had display windows with solid rear walls. However, we recommend denial of the installation of the proposed LED signs. We find both the size of these signs, 15 feet, 10 inches tall, and the applicant's proposal to leave them on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to be excessive. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC objects to the surface-mounted sign on the Fifth Avenue facade because it interrupts the vertical cadence of the building's columnar facade. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any additional hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends denial unless the proposed additional flagpole is removed. The 3 large proposed internally illuminated signs are changed to have an external, not internal illumination source, and the proposed LED display signs are removed. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, would you like to respond to any of the comments we've heard?
Thank you. I think John Graham's comment from the Victoria Society about the Arnold Constable sign, that was exactly what we were trying to get to with the LED screens, that there were storefronts and it wasn't the full through view, but the 24/7 of the units, they're not moving images, they're static images that are just would change in a timely way, but also the brightness could be diminished at night and in the evening, especially in off hours, which would make sense. But I think that's really our only response to that.
All right, thanks. Any final questions, commissioners? All right, I think we can then begin our discussion. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the hearing is closed and we're going to begin our discussion. So this proposal includes the illuminated letters on a raceway on the Fifth Avenue facade and on the 19th Street facade. And they are slightly taller on the Fifth Avenue facade and not limited to within one bay on the Fifth Avenue facade. So the two signs are slightly different in terms of how they interact with the building. And then we have the additional flagpole on the building. And then the behind the storefronts, we have the 3 LED screens, which will be static images that are behind the windows. And then the glass curtain wall set 7 feet back behind the windows on the other end of the facade. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this one?
Sure. So in terms of, I'm just gonna go item by item here. The signage element of Aritzia on the Fifth Avenue facade, I'm just uncomfortable with it as a design composition. I feel like it's awkward that it's outside on the exterior face of the column. And I also feel like it doesn't feel like it's composed in a way that's working with the existing elevation. I would accept, there's 2 sets of doors. I would accept 2 signs set back in the transom, but I think coming out and floating in front of the columns is not the right move here. In terms of the flagpoles, Fifth Avenue is so famous for the American flags that I just would need more precedence to convince me that we can put advertising for a business retail on that flag location to give that extra flag on the facade. I'm okay with the film on the windows. The partition seems fine. It looks like there's some space behind that is occupied by the neighboring entry. As long as the glazing stays predominant on the front face set back 7 feet. The LED condition, we've seen other applications with LED proposals, even LED nets, and this one doesn't look like that. This looks like a full solid board, which makes me even more concerned about the solidity and our past rulings of wanting to see more view through above or to the sides with their height. When I see this, I think the impact of the corner is important to this applicant, and I don't dispute that as being important. I could see a version that I'd be open to a version that turned the corner but didn't occupy the 3rd bay. Let's just put it that way. It'll give them the impact on a corner, but doesn't cover the entire corner of the building with solid LED screens, which I would argue would be very bright in those window bays on this building facade.
So 1 bay on each side.
Yeah,
of the
I'd say
corner.
let him turn the corner, but not continue it down to the next bay. So
Okay,
it holds its sense of presence, yet doesn't feel like it's completely covering that corner.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Master.
Yeah, as I said, I love Aritzia. It's my daughter's favorite store, favorite chain. So, in terms of the signage, I'm a big proponent of signage. So I actually think that the signage on the Fifth Avenue is okay, mostly because it is 2 floors. The store is pretty big. And then it has so many bays. And I think you do need a very strong sign that's visible so that people can understand the presence of the store. And there aren't many other signs along Fifth Avenue. So I'm actually okay with the size of the sign. I'm okay with the flag. I think that the applicant did show examples of other flags with branding in this historic district. And I think it's typical of retail stores here. The interior curtain wall, setback, I think it's set back and is fine. And finally, the LED screen signage, I also thought that it was, a little bit strong. So, I'm open to suggestions of how to, not overpower the corner. Perhaps what Steven said, perhaps, making it a little bit, shrinking the size so it doesn't fill up the whole window. But I do think that the LED, screen as it stands is a little overwhelming.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
The 2-foot signs in front of the column, it doesn't make it. 2-foot signs in front of the column should be pushed back. They should not be in front of the column. There should be 2 separate signs like they did on the other side, and that would work well. The LED signs, I can accept them if they were not at the corner, if they were set in from the corner, because in this particular building, the corners are dominant. They're very strong. And the architecture kind of reflects the corner, the power of the corner. So if you move it away from the corner, you could, but it will be very bright and very powerful.
All right, Commissioner Chen, I think, oh, the flagpole. Okay, and the curtain wall that's at 7 feet back. Okay. All right, Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, let's start with the flagpoles. I think given the history and the context, I think the flags, the flagpoles are fine. In terms of the sign, I will defer to the commission. I think there's a sense of whether you want to make the two smaller signs. That is for this. I'll leave it to your discretion. In terms of the LED, I tend to agree with Commissioner Mastro that depending on I have no problem being on a corner, but I think that depending on what the commission wants to do in terms of the sizing.
All right, Commissioner.
Obviously, the film is staff level approval.
That's right. Okay. And the flag you were okay with? Okay. And Commissioner Lutfi.
I agree that the 2-foot by 11-foot sign is very large, and it's also pin mounted into the cast iron. I think the idea of having 2 smaller signs that are set back within the doors works. And I am not a fan of these super large LED screens, which occupy 3 wrap around the corner. I think there should be less, and I think they should be smaller, and they definitely, I understand that they do not move. They definitely should not move. I mean, look, one of the things about retail, let's not lose the creativity that goes along with figuring out what to do with your windows. I feel like, just slapping up these huge LED screens is almost a cop out. You don't have to think to do it. So, this particular brand is a very creative, fashion forward brand, and I feel like they can do better here. And in terms of the flag, I like the idea of having the American flag on 5th, but then I would move the other one.
So one on 19th Street.
Yeah, one on 19th Street.
All right, and the curtain wall setback.
Yes.
That's fine. Okay. Commissioner Bland?
I think I'm falling right in line with most of the other commissioners' statements. The sign is too large and it's spanning 2 bays, and it shouldn't. It should be perhaps 2 different signs set back. The LED screens are too large. They should be reduced. maybe in width as well as perhaps in height, and in number. And let's see what else. The flags. I think I like what Jeannie said. The flags, one on each side. And what was there was one more, the interior.
Right, the curtain wall on the
Curtain
interior.
wall. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Chapin.
Okay, so yeah, yes, I agree the sign should not extend over the column, and 2 would be acceptable in that location. Neither sign should be attached to cast iron. The 2, I think there should be 2 LED signs, not 3. And I think they should be reduced so that you have a view into the store both vertically and horizontal. Well, horizontally might be hard to bring it down that far, but there should be space around these. And the flag, I think is okay. I personally would like to see it close for the store, because that makes sense to me. I just wanted I would remind you, Sarah, does approve LED signs at all? Is there a rule for that, so to speak, at this point or not?
Yeah, there
Like
is a
we have for
rule.
painted wall signs.
Yep. I'll let Corey answer.
Yeah, there is a recent amendment that added provisions to allow staff level approval of LED signs, but it's really pinned to other things that happen in the interior that we do happen to regulate, like partitions that may block a window or vitrines. So that
I see.
in effect limits it to something like 50% total area under a transom and no more than 75% of the width of a window.
Yeah, and so if they were to comply with that, you could have approved it in effect, or at least to some of them. That's what I was thinking, that if we don't have a direction already of that sort, we should, I thought we did, but anyway, we should establish guidelines, because we're going to see more and more of these all the time. But these, I think, are, take up too much of the windows in any case. And in my view, actually 2 1 on each side would be adequate. They don't need to have 3. So that's my view.
Okay. All right. So thank you all. I think, we have very clear direction, but I almost am wondering if we should just leave this open to let you sort of address it in your own way. But I think where we have a consensus on the signs, the exterior signs on the raceway on Fifth Avenue, I think everybody has agreed that it should be 2 signs set within the storefront bays and not spanning the cast iron pier. And then I think that we have, I think, a lot of support for a second flagpole, but a couple of commissioners have suggested that there be 1 on each facade. And everybody agrees that the curtain wall is fine. And then with respect to the LED signs, I think that there have been some comments about reducing the number or size, and then some comments that have been reducing the number and the size. So I think what we'll do is we'll take no action today, and we'll let you sort of think about this holistically rather than taking an action that sort of locks you into a very specific locks you into a very specific direction by being too prescriptive. So I think it's the overall sense of the LED is to sort of reduce it in some way, either in size and or number, break up the sign on Fifth Avenue, and then I think either think about a flagpole on each facade or provide some more context on Fifth Avenue and the historic use of flagpoles and the commission's regulatory history on flagpoles. All right, great. And we'll see you back as soon as we can. All right, and that concludes our day today. Thank you all for your hard work. This was a long day, and we appreciate the time that you put in and your careful thought on every single application. So thank you. This concludes our day, and our next public hearing will be July 30th.